We're drifting slowly into the timeline of The Last of Us, a world reshaped by a fungal whisper, a chronicle of survival and sacrifice, born from the quiet corners of our own reality and twisted into something beautiful, yet brutal. Born in the shadowed laboratories of our own time, where a microscopic threat began its silent march, it grew into a global cataclysm, silencing cities and reclaiming the wild. But beneath the veneer of civilization, something ancient stirred, a primal struggle for life itself. This is the story of how humanity faced its own extinction, and how love, in its fiercest forms, became the last beacon in the encroaching darkness. Our journey begins, as all such tales must, with an ending, or perhaps a new beginning. We find ourselves in the quiet hours of September 26th, 2013, a date etched into the collective memory of this world as Outbreak Day. It was a time when the familiar rhythm of life still held sway, though a discordant note had begun to sound, faint at first, then growing into a deafening roar. The world, as we knew it, was poised on a precipice, unaware of the silent, relentless predator that had already begun to stalk its prey. This predator, the cordyceps brain infection, a parasitic fungus, had reached pandemic levels globally, its tendrils already weaving through the unsuspecting populace. The origins of this silent apocalypse, as whispers in the wind would later suggest, were not found in some grand apocalyptic event, but in the unassuming fields of South America. Contaminated crops, perhaps harvested in the wrong season, or touched by an unseen mutation, became the unwitting vectors. Spores, microscopic and insidious, found their way into food, supplies, into the very sustenance of life, and from there into the human body. Unlike its insectoid counterparts, this mutated cordyceps did not simply consume its host. It transformed them, twisting flesh and mind into something monstrous, something driven by an insatiable hunger to spread its dark gospel. The initial symptoms were subtle, a fever, a cough, easily dismissed as the common cold, but the progression was terrifyingly swift. Within hours, sometimes minutes, the host's nervous system would be hijacked, their will extinguished, replaced by the fungal imperative. As the infection spread, news reports and radio broadcasts, initially filled with cautious reassurances, began to shift. The tone grew more urgent, more desperate. We hear the fragmented voices of reporters, their words laced with a growing panic, detailing the rapid spread of the infection, the overwhelmed healthcare systems. Hospitals, once bastions of healing, became overwhelmed, then overrun, their corridors echoing with the screams of the infected and the dying. Governments, caught flat-footed, scrambled for solutions, for containment. But the silent enemy had already infiltrated every corner, every city, every home. The sheer scale of the disaster, initially underestimated, quickly became apparent, painted in stark relief across television screens and crackling radio waves. The world watched, horrified, as civilization began to fray at the edges, then unravel completely. In the heart of Austin, Texas, a city still clinging to its mundane routines, lived Joel Miller, a man of quiet strength, a carpenter by trade, and a father above all else. With him lived his daughter, Sarah, a vibrant, observant girl on the cusp of adolescence, and his brother, Tommy, a dreamer, perhaps a little restless, but fiercely loyal. They were, like so many others, blissfully unaware of the full scale of the impending disaster. their lives unfolding in the comforting rhythm of the everyday. Joel worked, Sarah went to school. Tommy pursued his own endeavors, their small family unit a beacon of normalcy in a world about to be irrevocably altered. The distant echoes of the unfolding crisis were just background noise, easily dismissed as sensationalized news, far-off troubles that couldn't possibly touch their quiet corner of the world. But the night of September 26th, 2013, would shatter that illusion. Sarah Miller, stirring from a troubled sleep, found herself alone in the house. The quiet of the night was broken by the insistent ring of the telephone, a sound that usually heralded a friendly call, but tonight carried an undercurrent of urgency. It was Tommy, his voice strained, frantic, calling for Joel. He spoke in hushed, hurried tones, words like riots, infection, military, painting a chilling picture of a world gone mad. Sarah, her young mind struggling to comprehend the gravity of his words, felt a cold dread begin to seep into her bones. The absence of her father, usually a comforting presence, now felt like a gaping void, amplifying the growing sense of unease. Drawn by an instinct she couldn't quite name, Sarah moved towards the television, its blue light a beacon in the darkened living room. What she saw there confirmed her worst fears, and then some. News reports, no longer cautious or speculative, detailed the escalating violence, the horrifying speed of the infection rates, the breakdown of civil order. Images flickered across the screen, burning buildings, panicked crowds, military vehicles, and then the infected themselves, their movements unnatural, their faces contorted into grotesque masks of fungal growth. The reality of the situation, stark and undeniable, crashed down upon her. The world was not just in trouble, it was falling apart. The innocent surface of her life was cracking, revealing the terrifying darkness beneath. It was then that Joel returned home, his face a mask of visible distress. The easygoing demeanor she knew was gone, replaced by a grim resolve. His eyes, usually warm, held a haunted, distant look. He didn't need to explain. The urgency in his voice, the way his gaze swept over her, spoke volumes. "We need to leave," he said, his voice low, gravelly, a stark command that brooked no argument. The quiet hours of their lives were over, replaced by the frantic scramble for survival. There was no time for questions, no time for explanations, only the primal instinct to flee, to protect what little they had left. The attempt to flee Austin, Texas, became a harrowing odyssey through a city in chaos. Tommy, ever the pragmatist, had his truck, a battered but reliable vehicle, and it became their desperate chariot. As they navigated the streets, the true extent of Outbreak Day unfolded before their eyes, a nightmare made real. The roads, once arteries of commerce and connection, were choked with abandoned cars, silent testaments to lives abruptly interrupted. Widespread panic had gripped the city, turning neighbors into strangers and strangers into threats. Car crashes, the twisted metal a testament to desperate attempts to escape, littered the landscape. And then, the infected, their guttural cries, their shambling forms, their relentless pursuit, were a horrifying symphony of the apocalypse. They attacked indiscriminately, their fungal minds driven by a singular, terrifying purpose: to spread. The journey through the burning, chaotic streets was a blur of fear and adrenaline. Joel, his protective instincts in overdrive, shielded Sarah, his hand a constant, reassuring presence on her shoulder. Tommy, his face grim, expertly navigated the treacherous landscape, dodging obstacles, swerving to avoid the infected. But even their combined efforts could not stave off the inevitable. In the maelstrom of panic and destruction, Tommy's truck was involved in a collision, a sickening crunch of metal that brought their desperate flight to an abrupt halt. The vehicle, once their only hope of escape, was now a mangled wreck, a symbol of their shattered plans. They were forced to continue on foot, thrust into the heart of the unfolding nightmare, their vulnerability laid bare. The quiet hours of their lives were truly over, replaced by the deafening roar of a world consumed by fear and fungus. Their journey, now stripped of its mechanical shell, became a desperate, primal scramble for survival, each step a testament to their will to live, to protect each other, in a world that had suddenly become utterly, terrifyingly alien. The shadows of the burning city stretched long and distorted, mirroring the twisted reality they now inhabited, and with each frantic stride, they moved further into the unknown, leaving behind the last vestiges of the world they once knew, forever changed by the events of Outbreak Day. We're drifting slowly into the timeline of The Last of Us, a tangled web of fungal horror and human resilience that began with an unseen threat, blossoming into a global catastrophe, only to unravel into something of desperate journeys and profound, whispered connections. Born in the quiet moments before the storm, where ordinary lives unfolded in familiar patterns, it grew into a shattered world, overgrown and dangerous. But beneath the silence of ruined cities, something fiercely human endured. This is the story of how a microscopic spore became the architect of a new dark age, and how the echoes of lost love still guide the hands of survivors through the quiet hours. Born in the unassuming suburbs of Austin, Texas, on September 26, 2013, the world was still largely unaware. Joel Miller, a contractor, lived a life of routine, punctuated by the easy rhythm of fatherhood, with his daughter, Sarah. His brother, Tommy, a restless soul, often found himself entangled in Joel's quiet domesticity. The news flickered with vague reports, whispers of an unusual flu, a strange infection spreading in distant lands. But in their corner of the world, life felt normal, safe. Sarah, with her quick wit and bright spirit, was simply a teenager, navigating school and the friendships. The air was warm, the sky clear, and the only monsters were the ones in late-night movies. This was the calm before the cataclysm, the last breath of a world about to be irrevocably altered. But beneath the surface, the cordyceps brain infection, a parasitic fungus, was already taking root. It had mutated, perhaps in South America, jumping from insects to humans, turning its hosts into aggressive, mindless vessels. The initial symptoms were subtle, a cough, a fever, easily dismissed. Yet the infection spread with terrifying speed, silent and unseen, until it erupted. This is the story of how a simple vision of everyday life became a chronicle of desperate survival, and how one man's unimaginable loss still echoes in whispers through the quiet hours. As the sun dipped below the horizon on that fateful September 26th, the world began to fracture. Joel and Sarah, having spent a quiet evening at home, were oblivious to the growing pandemonium outside their suburban bubble. Tommy, ever the worrier, called, his voice laced with an urgency that pierced through the mundane. He spoke of chaos, of strange occurrences, of people turning violent. This was not a normal night. This was the turn. Joel, ever the protector, tried to maintain a semblance of control, but the world was already slipping from his grasp. The power flickered, then died, plunging their home into an unsettling darkness. The silence that followed was heavy, broken only by distant sirens and the growing unease in their hearts. Sarah, sensing her father's unspoken fear, clung to him, her youthful innocence slowly giving way to a chilling awareness. Then, the first true rupture in their reality. A neighbor, seemingly deranged, crashed through their window, his eyes wild, his movements unnatural. This was not a man, but a vessel, a host for the cordyceps, its tendrils already consuming his mind. Joel, reacting on instinct, defended his family, his actions fueled by a primal need to protect. The brief, brutal encounter left them shaken, the reality of the infection now undeniable, visceral. They fled into the night. The suburban streets transformed into a nightmare landscape. Cars lay abandoned, some ablaze, their twisted metal reflecting the orange glow of distant fires. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and fear, the sounds of screams, gunshots, and the guttural roars of the infected echoed through the darkness, a symphony of collapse. They were no longer just a family, but refugees in their own neighborhood, their lives reduced to a desperate scramble for survival. Tommy, ever the anchor, met them, his face grim, his weapon clutched tightly. He had seen more, understood more of the unfolding horror. Together, they navigated the treacherous streets, each step a gamble, each shadow a potential threat. They encountered more of the infected, their numbers swelling, their movements erratic and terrifying. These were not the slow, shambling zombies of fiction, but aggressive, relentless predators, their fungal growths a grotesque crown upon their heads. The sheer speed of the outbreak, the overwhelming tide of the infected, was proving too much for any organized resistance. But the infected were not the only danger. Desperate survivors, their humanity frayed by fear and loss, also roamed the streets, their desperation turning them into predators themselves. It was in one such harrowing encounter that their fragile hope was shattered further. A civilian, driven to the brink, attacked Joel, his eyes mirroring the same wild desperation seen in the infected, though his mind was still his own. In that terrifying moment, Tommy, without hesitation, raised his gun and fired, ending a life to save his brother. The gunshot ripped through the night, a stark reminder that in this new world, morality was a luxury few could afford. The act, born of necessity, left a bitter taste, a chilling precursor to the compromises and horrors they would all face. The chaos intensified, the sounds of distant explosions growing louder, closer. The military, overwhelmed and unprepared, was struggling to contain the escalating nightmare. Amidst the pandemonium, the three of them were separated. Gunfire erupted around them, a hail of bullets from unseen sources, perhaps desperate civilians, perhaps overwhelmed soldiers. In the confusion, Tommy was lost to them, swallowed by the swirling maelstrom of the collapsing world. Joel, his heart pounding with a fresh wave of terror, clutched Sarah closer, his sole focus now on her survival. Sarah, in the scramble, had been injured, a sharp pain in her leg, perhaps from a fall, perhaps from debris. Joel, ignoring his own exhaustion and fear, scooped her into his arms, carrying her through the rapidly deteriorating streets. Her weight, once a comfort, now felt like a desperate burden, each step a testament to his unwavering love and fear. He ran, blindly, relentlessly, his eyes scanning for any sign of safety, any escape from the encroaching darkness. The city was a blur of flashing lights, burning buildings, and the ever-present screams. Hope, a fleeting thing, seemed to appear in the form of a military checkpoint, a beacon of order in the anarchy. But hope, in this new world, was often a cruel illusion. As Joel, gasping for breath, approached the soldiers, his heart surged with a desperate plea for help. He was met not with aid, but with cold, unyielding authority. A soldier, his face grim and hardened by the horrors he had witnessed, confronted Joel and Sarah. His orders were clear, brutal, and absolute: prevent anyone from passing. The containment protocols hastily implemented meant no one was allowed to breach the perimeter, regardless of their condition, regardless of their innocence. Joel, pleading, his voice raw with desperation, tried to explain Sarah's injury, her need for medical attention. He begged, he reasoned, he appealed to the soldier's humanity, but there was no humanity left in the soldier's eyes, only the grim resolve of one following orders in a world gone mad. The soldier, without a moment's hesitation, raised his weapon. Joel's pleas were met with a hail of gunfire. The bullets, meant to contain the infection, instead tore through the fragile hope of a father and daughter. Sarah, in Joel's arms, cried out, a small, pained sound that would haunt him for the rest of his days. He felt her go limp, her small body heavy and lifeless. The world spun, the sounds of chaos fading into a dull roar as his universe imploded. He dropped to his knees, cradling his daughter, her lifeblood staining his shirt, her breath shallow, then gone. Sarah Miller, a bright, vibrant spark, was tragically killed by a soldier, her innocent life extinguished in the brutal dawn of the apocalypse. She died in Joel's arms, her last moments spent with the only comfort she had ever known. It was in that moment of profound, soul-shattering grief that Tommy, miraculously, arrived. He found Joel on the ground, a broken man, cradling the lifeless body of his daughter. The sight was a dagger to his heart, a testament to the unimaginable cruelty of their new reality. Tommy, his own face streaked with tears and grime, could only offer a silent shared grief, a bond forged in the crucible of loss. The world, already teetering, finally collapsed around them, leaving only the desolate landscape of despair. In the wake of this personal tragedy, the larger world descended into an irreversible chaos. Civilization, as they knew it, crumbled. Governments fell, infrastructure failed, and the thin veneer of order dissolved into anarchy. The military, in a desperate last-ditch effort to contain the raging infection, established what they called quarantine zones. These were heavily fortified enclaves, often within major cities, where survivors were herded, ostensibly for safety. But these zones, born of desperation, quickly became breeding grounds for further conflict and loss of life. Resources were scarce, tensions ran high, and the military rule was often brutal, fueled by fear and the constant threat of the infected. The establishment of these zones, while intended to save humanity, ironically led to more suffering. Those outside the zones were left to fend for themselves, facing both the infected and the ruthless elements of desperate humanity. Those inside lived under strict martial law, their freedoms curtailed, their lives dictated by the ever-present threat of infection and the iron fist of the military. The initial days and weeks of the outbreak were a blur of violence, death, and the relentless march of the cordyceps. The world had changed, irrevocably, tragically, and the echoes of Sarah's death would forever reverberate through Joel's shattered existence, shaping every choice, every desperate act in the long, quiet years that followed. This was not merely the end of an era, but the violent birth of a new, brutal world where survival was a daily struggle, and the ghosts of the past lingered in every shadowed corner. We're drifting slowly into the timeline of The Last of Us, a world scarred and reshaped by a fungal plague, where humanity clings to tattered threads of survival, and the echoes of a lost past haunt every step. Born from the quiet dread of a global pandemic, it quickly unraveled into a chronicle of shattered lives and desperate journeys, where the lines between good and evil blurred in the struggle for tomorrow. This is the story of how a fungal infection brought the world to its knees, and how the enduring, fragile bonds of love and loyalty became the last bastion against the encroaching darkness, whispering through the quiet hours. Born in the quiet hours of a September evening, the world changed forever. The cordyceps brain infection, a mutated fungus, began its insidious spread, turning the infected into ravenous, mindless husks. The initial outbreak was swift, brutal, and unforgiving, dismantling civilization in mere days. Cities fell, governments crumbled, and the familiar rhythm of life was replaced by the cacophony of screams and the eerie silence of abandonment. Joel Miller, a carpenter, a father, found his world irrevocably shattered on that fateful night, losing his daughter Sarah in the desperate chaos. Her last breath, a final agonizing whisper, became the foundational wound that would define his existence for the next 2 decades. The trauma, a deep and festering chasm within him, hardened his heart, transforming him from a loving father into a survivor, a man driven by the singular unyielding purpose of self-preservation. He learned to navigate the new brutal landscape, where trust was a luxury and every sunrise brought new dangers. The world had become a graveyard, and Joel, a ghost haunting its ruins, carrying the weight of his past like a shroud. But beneath the surface of this new desolate world, where nature began to reclaim the concrete skeletons of human ambition, something else stirred. The remnants of humanity, fractured and desperate, began to form new societies, new rules, new ways of living. Some sought to rebuild, to impose order through military might, while others dreamed of a cure, a return to the world that was. This is the story of how a father's grief, a desperate hope, and the chance encounter with a girl who held the key to humanity's future would ignite a journey across a broken land, forcing Joel to confront the ghosts of his past and the fragile possibility of a future he never thought he'd see. As we move into the year 2033, 20 years have now passed since the world fractured, since the last vestiges of normalcy were swept away by the fungal tide. We find Joel Miller, a shadow of his former self, existing within the confines of the Boston quarantine zone. This is a place of stark contrasts, where the iron fist of FEDRA, the Federal Disaster Response Agency, maintains a brutal semblance of order, and the desperate struggle for resources fuels a thriving black market. Joel, a man etched by loss and hardened by the unforgiving wilderness, has become a smuggler, a necessary cog in the illicit machinery that keeps the QZ breathing. His days are a monotonous cycle of risk and reward, moving contraband, bartering for supplies, and always staying one step ahead of the ever-present threat of both the infected and Fedra's watchful eyes. He operates in the quiet corners, where deals are struck in whispers and trust is a fleeting commodity. His face, a roadmap of weathered lines, tells a story of constant vigilance, of a man who has seen too much and felt too little for far too long. He has built walls around himself, thick and impenetrable, designed to keep the world out, to keep the pain of his past locked away. It is within this bleak existence, in the shadowed alleys and forgotten warehouses of the QZ, that the threads of fate begin to intertwine once more. Joel, ever the pragmatist, finds himself entangled in a dispute with a local black market dealer named Robert. Robert, a man of slippery ethics and questionable loyalties, has double-crossed Joel and his partner, Tess, absconding with a significant cache of weapons. These weapons are not merely tools of violence. They represent currency, safety, and a means to survive in a world where every advantage counts. The loss of them is a direct threat to Joel and Tess's precarious livelihood, a betrayal that cannot be overlooked. Tess, a woman as hardened and pragmatic as Joel, her eyes reflecting the same weary wisdom, is not one to suffer such an affront lightly. She is a survivor in her own right, her resolve as unyielding as the concrete walls that encircle their lives. Their pursuit of Robert is not merely about retribution. It is about reclaiming what is theirs, about maintaining their standing in the brutal hierarchy of the QZ underworld. The chase leads them through the labyrinthine streets of Boston, a city half reclaimed by nature, half crushed under the heel of Fedra. They track Robert to a dilapidated pier, where the salty air carries the tang of decay and desperation. Here, amidst the rusting hulks of forgotten ships and the mournful cries of gulls, the confrontation unfolds. Robert, cornered and desperate, attempts to escape, but Tess, with a cold, calculated efficiency born of years of survival, puts an end to his flight. She executes him without hesitation, a stark demonstration of the brutal realities that govern their lives. There is no room for sentimentality, no space for mercy, only the grim necessity of survival. The weapons, their precious cargo, are recovered, but the encounter serves as a grim reminder of the constant danger that lurks just beneath the surface of their existence. It is in the aftermath of this violent exchange, as the echoes of the gunshot fade into the urban decay, that their path intersects with Marlene. Marlene, a figure of quiet authority and unwavering conviction, is the leader of the Fireflies, a revolutionary militia group that stands in direct opposition to Fedra's oppressive rule. The Fireflies, a beacon of hope for some, a dangerous extremist group for others, believe in restoring the old world, in finding a cure, in reclaiming humanity's lost future. Marlene, recognizing Joel and Tess's reputation as skilled and resourceful smugglers, approaches them with a proposition, one that will irrevocably alter the course of their lives. She tasks them with an extraordinary mission: to smuggle a young girl named Ellie out of the QZ. The request is unusual, the stakes impossibly high, and the reasons shrouded in a veil of secrecy. Marlene, her voice a low, urgent murmur, explains the gravity of the situation. Ellie, she reveals, is not just any girl. She is immune to the cordyceps infection. This immunity, a miracle in a world defined by plague, holds the potential for a cure, a chance to turn the tide against the encroaching darkness. The Fireflies, with their limited resources and their unwavering belief in a better future, see Ellie as humanity's last hope. She is a living, breathing enigma, a key that could unlock the secrets of the infection and pave the way for a vaccine. Marlene's words carry the weight of desperate hope, of a dream that has been nurtured in the shadows for 2 decades. The discovery of Ellie's immunity is a fragile spark in a world consumed by despair, and Marlene is willing to risk everything to protect it, to nurture it into a blazing fire that could illuminate humanity's path forward. Joel and Tess, ever the pragmatists, listen with a mixture of skepticism and a flicker of something akin to interest. Their lives have been defined by self-interest, by the constant struggle for survival. Marlene, understanding their motivations, offers them a powerful incentive. Their recovered weapons, which had been confiscated by the Fireflies after the encounter with Robert, would be returned to them in exchange for their services. It is a deal born of necessity, a fragile alliance forged in the crucible of a broken world. The prospect of regaining their valuable assets, of securing their future in the dangerous landscape of the QZ, is a powerful motivator. They agree to the smuggling job, their decision a calculated risk, a gamble on the slim chance that this girl, this seemingly ordinary child, could truly hold the key to something extraordinary. Their journey begins under the cloak of night, a clandestine operation through the treacherous landscape of the Boston QZ. The city, a decaying monument to a forgotten era, is patrolled by Fedra soldiers, their presence a constant, oppressive reminder of the military regime that controls their lives. Every shadow holds potential danger, every sound a possible threat. Joel, Tess, and Ellie move with practiced stealth, navigating the ruined streets, the crumbling buildings, and the ever-present threat of discovery. The air is thick with tension, the unspoken fear of detection hanging heavy between them. Fedra, relentless in their pursuit of order and their suppression of dissent, would see Ellie as a threat, a potential source of chaos, and would stop at nothing to apprehend her. Their escape is a delicate dance between caution and urgency, a desperate race against time and the ever-watchful eyes of their oppressors. It is during this perilous journey that the true nature of Ellie's immunity is dramatically revealed. A Fedra patrol, their vigilance unwavering, corners them, their weapons raised, their voices sharp with command. In the ensuing chaos, a soldier, his face a mask of grim determination, attempts to subdue Ellie. In the struggle, the unthinkable happens. Ellie is bitten. The bite, a stark, undeniable mark on her arm, sends a jolt of fear through Joel and Tess. A bite, in this world, is a death sentence, a horrifying transformation into one of the infected. But as the moments stretch into an agonizing eternity, something remarkable, something miraculous, begins to unfold. The bite, though fresh and raw, does not trigger the rapid, insidious progression of the cordyceps infection. Ellie remains herself, her eyes clear, her mind unclouded by the fungal tendrils that consume all others. The revelation is both astonishing and terrifying, a confirmation of Marlene's claims, a testament to Ellie's unique and invaluable nature. Joel, a man who has witnessed countless horrors, who has seen the infection claim countless lives, initially dismisses Ellie's immunity as a trick, a cruel deception. His skepticism is deeply ingrained, a defense mechanism against a world that has repeatedly proven its capacity for cruelty. He has learned to trust nothing, to believe in no miracles, to see only the harsh realities of survival. The idea of a cure, of a hope that could unravel the fabric of his cynical existence, is almost too much to bear. He views Ellie with a mixture of suspicion and a grudging acceptance of her presence, a necessary burden in their dangerous undertaking. He is a man who has closed himself off to the possibility of hope, and Ellie, with her defiant spirit and her extraordinary immunity, represents a crack in the walls he has meticulously built around his heart. Their destination, the Capitol building, a grand imposing structure that once symbolized power and democracy, now stands as a desolate monument to a bygone era. It is here that they are meant to rendezvous with a contingent of fireflies, to deliver Ellie into their care, to complete their perilous mission. The journey to the Capitol is fraught with peril, each step a gamble against the lurking infected and the ever-present threat of Fedra patrols. They navigate through crumbling ruins, through overgrown streets, the silence of the abandoned city punctuated only by their footsteps and the distant, unsettling groans of the infected. The weight of their mission, the immense responsibility of protecting Ellie, hangs heavy in the air, a silent burden shared between them. As they finally reach the Capitol building, a sense of unease settles over them. The air is still, too still, the silence unnerving. There are no signs of the fireflies, no welcoming party, no reassuring presence. Instead, they find only a chilling tableau of death and destruction. The fireflies, the very people they were meant to meet, lie dead, their bodies strewn across the floor, victims of a brutal encounter with Fedra. The scene is a stark reminder of the unforgiving nature of their world, of the constant struggle between opposing forces, and the high cost of resistance. The hope that had flickered within them, the fragile promise of a completed mission, is extinguished in a wave of grim despair. The Capitol building, once a symbol of hope, now becomes a tomb, a testament to the fragility of their dreams. It is amidst this scene of carnage and despair that Tess, her face etched with a grim resignation, reveals a horrifying truth. She has been bitten. The telltale mark, a fresh, angry wound on her shoulder, is a death sentence in a world where the cordyceps infection reigns supreme. The revelation is a gut-wrenching blow, a cruel twist of fate that threatens to unravel everything. Tess, a woman of unyielding strength and unwavering loyalty, knows her time is short. The infection, insidious and relentless, will soon consume her, transforming her into one of the very monsters they have fought so desperately to avoid. Her eyes, filled with a desperate resolve, meet Joel's, a silent understanding passing between them. In a moment of profound sacrifice, Tess makes a choice that will forever bind Joel and Ellie together. She understands the immense importance of Ellie's immunity, the fragile hope she represents for humanity. She knows that her own life, now forfeit to the infection, must serve a greater purpose. With a fierce determination, she urges Joel to continue the journey, to protect Ellie, to ensure that her potential for a cure is not lost. She sacrifices herself, holding off the advancing Fedra soldiers who have tracked them to the Capitol building, buying Joel and Ellie precious moments to escape. Her final act is one of ultimate selflessness, a desperate gamble to preserve the future. The sounds of gunfire, of Tess's final defiant stand, echo through the cavernous halls of the capital, a mournful dirge for a fallen comrade, a catalyst for the journey that lies ahead. Joel and Ellie, their hearts heavy with grief and a newfound sense of purpose, escape the Capitol building, leaving Boston behind, their path now irrevocably intertwined, their journey into the unknown just beginning. We're drifting slowly into the timeline of The Last of Us, a tangled web of broken worlds and enduring love, born from a fungal whisper that unraveled civilization, only to reveal the profound depths of human connection. Born in the quiet moments before the cordyceps bloom, it grew into a stark chronicle of survival, where every breath was a battle and every bond a fragile sanctuary. But beneath the struggle, something more profound stirred. This is the story of how a world lost to infection became a testament to what it means to be human, and how the echoes of love and loss still whisper through the quiet hours. Born in the quiet moments before the cordyceps bloom, a world teetered on the precipice of change. The year 2003 held the last vestiges of normalcy, a fragile peace before the storm. We saw the world through the eyes of Sarah, a daughter, a sister, living a simple life in Austin, Texas. Her father, Joel, a carpenter, a single parent, navigated the everyday with a quiet strength. His brother, Tommy, ever the dreamer, spoke of grander things, of escape, of a life beyond the ordinary. The news flickered with distant warnings, whispers of a strange new illness, a fungal infection spreading with terrifying speed. It was a distant hum, a faint shadow on the horizon, yet it carried the seeds of utter devastation. Then the night came, a sudden brutal awakening. The world fractured, shattering into chaos. The cordyceps brain infection, a mutation, an insidious horror, turned humanity into monsters, into runners, stalkers, clickers, bloaters. The infected swarmed, their guttural cries piercing the darkness. Joel, with Sarah and Tommy, fled into the night, a desperate scramble for survival. But the night was unforgiving, and the military, in their grim duty, fired upon the fleeing masses, taking Sarah, a child, an innocent, from Joel's grasp. The world ended for Joel that night, not with a bang, but with a whimper, a silent scream of loss that would echo through the next 2 decades. 20 years later, in the year 2023, the world was a husk, a skeletal remains of what once was. Nature had reclaimed its dominion, vines snaking through crumbling skyscrapers, moss blanketing forgotten highways. Humanity clung to existence in quarantine zones, militarized enclaves where life was harsh, regulated, and often brutally short. Joel, now a hardened smuggler in the Boston QZ, carried the weight of his past like a shroud. His heart, once open, was now a fortress, guarded by cynicism and a weary resignation. His partner, Tess, a fierce survivor, a kindred spirit in the brutal landscape, shared his burden, their bond forged in the crucible of a broken world. Their lives were a constant negotiation with danger, with Fedra, the military authority, and with the ever-present threat of the infected. Then, a new burden arrived, a package, a girl named Ellie, just 14, a spark of defiance in a world of despair. She carried a secret, a profound anomaly, immunity. She had been bitten repeatedly, yet remained untouched by the fungal horror. This made her a beacon of hope, a potential cure, a prize for the Fireflies, a rebel militia fighting against Fedra's iron grip. Marlene, the Firefly leader, entrusted Joel and Tess with Ellie's transport, a simple delivery that would unravel Joel's carefully constructed walls. Their journey through the ruined city, through the shadowed streets, brought them face to face with both the infected and the brutal realities of survival. Tess, bitten, her time running out, made a choice, a sacrifice, to ensure Ellie's journey continued, to ignite a flicker of hope in Joel's hardened heart. Her dying wish, her desperate plea, propelled Joel forward, a reluctant guardian, a man carrying the weight of a new, fragile life. With Tess gone, her sacrifice a ghostly echo in the air, Joel found himself adrift, tethered to a purpose he hadn't sought. He had promised Tess, a promise whispered in the dying light of her life, that he would see Ellie to the Fireflies. But the Boston Fireflies were gone, their presence a fading memory. A new plan formed, born of desperation and the faint glimmer of a familial tie. Joel would take Ellie to his brother, Tommy. Perhaps Tommy, who had once been a Firefly himself, would know where to find others, where to deliver this precious cargo, this girl who carried the weight of humanity's future. Their journey began, a slow, winding path through the outskirts of Boston, a landscape scarred by time and decay. The city's edges, once bustling with life, were now silent, save for the rustle of leaves and the guttural moans of the infected. Runners, the freshly turned, still retaining a semblance of human form, darted through the shadows. Stalkers, more cunning, more patient, lurked in the overgrown ruins, their clicking calls a chilling prelude to attack. Joel, a seasoned survivor, moved with a practiced ease, his senses honed by 2 decades of constant vigilance. He taught Ellie, not with gentle words, but with the harsh realities of their world. He showed her how to hold a rifle, the cold weight of the metal a stark contrast to her youthful hands. He taught her to aim, to breathe, to fire, to defend herself against the encroaching darkness. It was a brutal education, but a necessary one, for their survival depended on it. Their path led them onward, deeper into the forgotten corners of what was once America. The world outside the QZ was a wild, untamed place, where danger lurked in every shadow, and trust was a luxury few could afford. They stumbled upon a town, or what remained of one, a desolate collection of houses overgrown with weeds, its streets littered with abandoned vehicles. This was Bill's town, a place meticulously booby-trapped, a fortress built by paranoia and ingenuity. Bill, a survivalist, a recluse, an old acquaintance of Joel's, had carved out his own domain, a solitary existence in the heart of the wilderness. He was a man of routines, of meticulous planning, his world a carefully constructed web of traps and defenses. Joel, knowing Bill's eccentricities, navigated the traps with caution, their presence a jarring intrusion into Bill's carefully guarded solitude. Bill, a gruff, reluctant figure, initially wanted nothing to do with Joel and his unexpected companion, but the bonds of a shared past, a flicker of loyalty, however begrudging, still held. He agreed to help, his assistance offered with a torrent of complaints and a palpable sense of annoyance. His garage, a treasure trove of salvage parts and mechanical wonders, became their temporary haven. Here, amidst the grease and grime, Joel and Bill worked, their combined knowledge and skill focused on a single goal: to acquire a working vehicle. The world outside was too vast, too dangerous for travel on foot, and a reliable mode of transport was their only hope of reaching Tommy. During their time in Bill's secluded sanctuary, a poignant discovery was made, a testament to the fragile nature of human connection, even in a broken world. Tucked away, almost hidden, was a suicide note penned by Frank. Frank, Bill's partner, his companion in solitude, had chosen to end his own life, his final words a stark revelation of their strained, often tumultuous, relationship. It was a glimpse into the quiet despair that could fester even in the most protected of places, a reminder that the human heart, even when hardened by survival, could still break. The note, a whisper from the past, hung heavy in the air, a melancholic counterpoint to the clang of wrenches and the hum of engines. Finally, after days of painstaking work, a vehicle was ready, a pickup truck, patched and purring, a symbol of their renewed hope. With a reluctant farewell to Bill, Joel and Ellie continued their journey west, the vast expanse of the American landscape unfolding before them. Their destination, Wyoming, where Tommy was rumored to be, a place that held the promise of answers, of a path forward. But the journey was far from over, and the world, ever unforgiving, had more trials in store. Their path led them through Pittsburgh, a city once vibrant, now a hollowed-out shell, ruled by a brutal faction of hunters. These were not the infected, but humans, driven to savagery by desperation and a thirst for power. They preyed on outsiders, on travelers, their methods ruthless, their territory fiercely defended. The city became a labyrinth of danger, every street corner a potential ambush. A violent confrontation erupted, a sudden, brutal clash that left them reeling. The hunters, numerous and relentless, overwhelmed them. Their truck, their lifeline, was totaled, a crumpled wreck of metal and glass. Stranded, disoriented, they were forced to navigate the treacherous city on foot, the constant threat of hunter patrols looming over them. The air was thick with tension, every shadow a potential enemy, every sound a warning. They moved through the city like ghosts, their senses heightened, their instincts sharpened by the ever-present danger. In the midst of this urban nightmare, a flicker of unexpected connection emerged. In the shadowed alleys, amidst the crumbling architecture, Joel and Ellie encountered two brothers, Henry and Sam. Henry, the older brother, a man burdened by responsibility, fiercely protective of his younger sibling Sam, a quiet, artistic boy, whose innocence was a fragile shield against the harsh realities of their world. They, too, were trying to escape Pittsburgh, caught in the same desperate struggle against the hunters. Their paths converged, a shared need for survival forging an unlikely alliance. Four strangers, bound by circumstance, united against a common enemy, their hopes intertwined in the desolate heart of a fallen city. Their journey, once solitary, now became a shared ordeal, a testament to the enduring human need for connection, even when surrounded by despair. The quiet hours of their shared escape, the whispered conversations, the unspoken understandings, would weave a new thread into the tapestry of their lives, a fragile hope in a world consumed by shadows. We're drifting slowly into the timeline of The Last of Us, a world reshaped by a fungal plague, where humanity clings to fragile hope amidst the ruins. a chronicle of survival and sacrifice, born from a father's enduring grief and a young girl's improbable immunity. It began with the quiet horror of an outbreak and grew into a desperate journey across a broken nation. But beneath the struggle for mere existence, something deeper stirred, the unwavering, brutal love that binds us even in the darkest hours. This is the story of how a desperate escort mission became a testament to the human spirit's resilience, and how the echoes of a lost past can shape an uncertain future. Born in the quiet moments before the world fractured, we witnessed the first whispers of the cordyceps brain infection, a fungal pathogen that twisted human hosts into grotesque, aggressive shells of their former selves. We saw the rapid unraveling of civilization, the desperate scramble for safety, and the profound, immediate loss that carved deep, unhealing wounds into the survivors. Joel, our reluctant guide, bore the weight of this initial devastation, a father's grief etched into his very being. The world shifted, and with it, the very definition of survival. The years that followed were a blur of quarantines and desperation, a grim testament to humanity's capacity to adapt, even to the unbearable. Then the turning point arrived, a fragile spark of hope in the form of a young girl named Ellie. Her immunity, a miracle in a world consumed by disease, became the catalyst for a new, perilous journey. We saw the initial reluctance, the hardened shell of Joel's heart slowly, almost imperceptibly, begin to crack. The weight of his past, the ghost of his daughter, Sarah, hovered over every step, every decision. Their escape from the Boston quarantine zone, a tense dance with death and betrayal, solidified their bond, an unspoken understanding forming between them. The Fireflies, a revolutionary militia seeking a cure, became their destination, a beacon in the encroaching darkness. Tess, Joel's longtime partner, made the ultimate sacrifice, her final act of defiance against the encroaching infection, a desperate plea for Joel to see the mission through. Her death, a somber echo of Sarah's, left an indelible mark, pushing Joel further down the path he now walked. From the grim confines of the quarantine zone, their path led them to Billstown, a fortified haven of traps and eccentricities, where they sought a working vehicle. Bill, a paranoid survivalist, a man who had lost much and trusted little, reluctantly aided them, his gruff exterior hiding a deep, unspoken sorrow for his lost partner, Frank. It was here, amidst the ingenious booby traps and the quiet despair, that Joel and Ellie secured a truck, a vital tool for the long road ahead. The journey had begun in earnest, a winding path through a world that had forgotten tenderness. And so, as the year 2033 unfurls its shadowed days, we find Joel and Ellie, our unlikely companions, departing from the meticulously defended borders of Billstown. The truck, a battered but functional symbol of their newfound mobility, carries them westward, its engine a low rumble against the vast, unsettling silence of the overgrown highways. Their immediate destination, a whisper on the wind, is the known location of Tommy, Joel's estranged brother. Tommy, once a Firefly himself, represented a potential bridge to their ultimate goal, a way to deliver Ellie to those who might understand the miracle she carried within her. The road ahead is not merely a physical distance to be covered, but a psychological landscape, a testament to the enduring human spirit in the face of unimaginable loss. Each mile they traverse is a step further into the unknown, a deeper immersion into the fractured remnants of what was once a thriving nation. The very air seems to hum with a quiet dread, a constant reminder of the dangers that lurk just beyond the periphery of their vision. Their journey, however, is not a simple linear progression. It is a serpentine path, fraught with unexpected turns and sudden perils. Pittsburgh, a city once vibrant with industry and life, now stands as a grim monument to humanity's fall. A labyrinth of decaying skyscrapers and shadowed alleys. They arrive in this desolate urban expanse, not to find refuge, but to stumble headlong into a new, more insidious threat. The hunters. These are not the mindless infected, driven by primal instinct, but human predators, organized and ruthless, who prey upon any who dare to trespass within their self-proclaimed territory. They are scavengers of the highest order, their brutality born from desperation and a twisted sense of self-preservation. Their presence transforms the city into a deadly hunting ground, every street corner a potential ambush, every abandoned building a potential trap. The very concept of community has curdled here, replaced by a brutal hierarchy where might makes right, and mercy is a forgotten word. The ambush, when it comes, is swift and brutal, a sudden, violent eruption in the relative calm of their drive. The hunters, masters of deception and surprise, utilize a strategically placed overturned bus, a silent, ominous sentinel blocking their path. Joel, ever vigilant, senses the danger, but it is too late. A hail of gunfire erupts, shattering the truck's windows, tearing through the metal frame. The vehicle, their fragile sanctuary, lurches violently, careening off the road, a testament to the sheer force of the impact. It crashes into the side of an abandoned storefront, its momentum violently arrested, its engine sputtering into a final dying gasp. The air fills with the acrid scent of burning rubber and shattered glass, a harsh symphony of destruction. Joel, disoriented but driven by an instinct to protect, scrambles to recover, his mind racing to assess the situation, to find an escape route. Ellie, shaken but remarkably resilient, clutches her backpack, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination. This is not a mere skirmish. It is a desperate fight for survival, a sudden plunge into the heart of the hunter's territory, where every shadow seems to conceal a hidden threat. The city, once a mere waypoint, has become a cage, its bars forged from the desperation of its inhabitants. Navigating the hunter-controlled streets becomes a grim ballet of stealth and brutal combat. Joel, drawing upon years of hard-won experience in a world that demands constant vigilance, teaches Ellie the harsh realities of their new environment. Every abandoned car, every overturned dumpster, every crumbling wall becomes a potential cover, a momentary respite from the ever-present threat. They move like ghosts through the urban decay, their footsteps muffled, their whispers barely audible above the city's mournful sighs. The hunters are everywhere, their patrols relentless, their eyes sharp, their weapons always at the ready. Joel employs a brutal efficiency, dispatching their pursuers with a quiet ferocity, a grim determination etched onto his face. He uses the environment to his advantage, setting traps, creating diversions, turning the hunter's own tactics against them. Ellie, a quick study, observes his every move, absorbing the lessons of survival with an almost frightening speed. She learns to distinguish the distant shouts of a patrol from the unsettling silence that often precedes an ambush. She learns to anticipate Joel's movements, to provide cover fire, to remain hidden even when her instincts scream for her to run. The city itself becomes an extension of their struggle, its decaying infrastructure a silent witness to their desperate fight. It is during one such tense encounter, a desperate scramble through a narrow alleyway, that Ellie's nascent survival instincts truly manifest. Joel, caught off guard by a hunter emerging from a darkened doorway, finds himself momentarily vulnerable, his back to the wall, his weapon out of reach. The hunter, a hulking brute, lunges forward, his intent clear, his movements swift and merciless. In that fleeting moment of peril, as Joel struggles against his assailant, Ellie acts with a speed and decisiveness that belies her youth. She raises a pistol, a weapon she has only recently begun to handle, her small hands steady despite the tremor of fear. Without hesitation, she fires, the sharp crack of the gunshot echoing through the alley, a jarring intrusion into the ongoing struggle. The hunter stumbles, his attack faltering, a look of surprise and pain crossing his face before he collapses, lifeless. Joel, momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events, looks at Ellie, a flicker of something akin to pride, mixed with a profound, almost paternal concern in his eyes. It is a pivotal moment, a clear demonstration of Ellie's growing capabilities, her unwavering loyalty, and her fierce determination to protect the man who has become her reluctant guardian. The act solidifies their bond, forging it in the crucible of shared danger and mutual reliance. As they navigate the treacherous streets, their path intersects with two new figures, two brothers, Henry and Sam. Henry, the elder, is a man hardened by the apocalypse, his face etched with the weariness of constant struggle, his eyes holding a guarded suspicion. Sam, his younger brother, is a silent, observant child, his innocence a fragile flame flickering in the encroaching darkness. Their initial encounter is fraught with tension, a dangerous dance of distrust and survival instinct. Henry, ever cautious, ever protective of his younger brother, holds Joel at gunpoint, his finger hovering over the trigger, his voice low and menacing. He sees only another potential threat, another mouth to feed, another competitor for scarce resources. Joel, ever pragmatic, ever aware of the precariousness of their situation, responds with a calm, measured defiance, his own weapon held ready, his gaze unwavering. The standoff is a testament to the pervasive paranoia that grips this broken world, where every stranger is a potential enemy, and trust is a luxury few can afford. Yet, amidst the suspicion and the fear, a fragile alliance begins to form. The shared threat of the hunters, their relentless pursuit, forces a reluctant cooperation. Henry, recognizing Joel's formidable skills and the shared predicament, slowly lowers his weapon, a silent acknowledgement of their mutual need. The common enemy, a force more dangerous than any individual, becomes the unlikely architect of their temporary truce. Joel, seeing the vulnerability of Sam and the fierce protectiveness in Henry, understands the unspoken bond between the brothers, a reflection of his own paternal instincts, however buried they may be. They begin to move as a unit, a small, desperate band of survivors, their individual strengths complementing each other in the face of overwhelming odds. Henry's knowledge of the city's hidden paths, Joel's combat prowess, and Ellie's developing resourcefulness all combine to form a more resilient front against the omnipresent danger. Together, this uneasy quartet navigates the hunter-controlled territory, each step a calculated risk, each decision a matter of life and death. Their goal is clear: to find a way out of Pittsburgh, to escape the relentless grasp of the human predators who have claimed the city as their own. They move through the skeletal remains of buildings, through darkened tunnels and forgotten service passages, always seeking the path of least resistance, the route least likely to lead to another deadly confrontation. The tension is palpable, a constant hum beneath the surface of their interactions. Henry, still wary, still guarded, watches Joel with a critical eye, assessing his every move, his every decision. Joel, for his part, respects Henry's survival instincts, his ability to navigate this treacherous landscape, even as he maintains his own independent judgment. Ellie, ever observant, absorbs the nuances of their interactions, learning the delicate balance between trust and suspicion that defines survival in this new world. Sam, a silent shadow, clings to Henry, his eyes wide, taking in the grim realities unfolding around him. Their journey through the city culminates in a harrowing encounter within the confines of an abandoned bookstore, a place once filled with the quiet solace of stories, now a stage for a desperate battle. A large group of hunters, their numbers overwhelming, corners them, their shouts echoing through the dusty shelves, their weapons glinting in the dim light. The situation is dire, seemingly insurmountable. But the group, now bound by a shared desperation, responds with a coordinated escape, a testament to their growing, albeit fragile, unity. Joel, with his brutal efficiency, creates diversions, drawing the hunters' attention, laying down suppressing fire. Henry, utilizing his knowledge of the building's layout, guides them through hidden passages, through back rooms and service exits, always seeking the path of least resistance. Ellie, her pistol now a familiar weight in her hands, provides crucial cover fire, her shots surprisingly accurate, her determination unwavering. Sam, though terrified, follows Henry's lead, his small frame moving swiftly through the chaos. It is a desperate, adrenaline-fueled scramble, a testament to their combined will to survive, to escape the clutches of those who would see them dead. Their escape from the hunters leads them into the dark, claustrophobic embrace of the sewers, a subterranean labyrinth of concrete and stagnant water. The air is thick with the stench of decay and damp earth. The only sounds the drip of water and their own ragged breaths. It is a temporary reprieve from the human predators above, a descent into a different kind of darkness, a different kind of danger. The sewers, however, are not empty. They are a breeding ground for the infected, a silent, unseen threat that lurks in the shadows, its presence heralded by the guttural clicks and groans that echo through the tunnels. They encounter a large horde of these twisted creatures, a terrifying mass of fungal monstrosities. Among them are the familiar clickers, blind but acutely sensitive to sound, their fungal growths obscuring their faces, their movements jerky and unpredictable. But there are also the bloaters, grotesque, heavily armored infected, their bodies distended with fungal pustules, their attacks slow but devastatingly powerful. The encounter is a terrifying struggle for survival, a desperate fight against overwhelming numbers, where every misstep could mean a gruesome end. Joel, with his shotgun, and Henry with his rifle work in tandem, their shots echoing through the confined space, their movements precise and deadly. Ellie and Sam, huddled together, watch in terrified awe, their innocence further eroded by the sheer brutality of the world they inhabit. It is in the quiet aftermath of this harrowing encounter, as they navigate the remaining stretches of the sewer, that Henry and Sam reveal the true depth of their own journey. Their goal, their driving force, is to reach the Fireflies. They cling to the belief that this enigmatic organization, this revolutionary militia, holds the key to a cure, a way to reclaim what was lost, a way to heal the fractured world. Their hope, however fragile, is a potent force, a stark contrast to Joel's hardened cynicism. They speak of the Fireflies with a reverence, a desperate faith that transcends the grim realities of their existence. It is a shared dream, a common thread that now binds them, however loosely, to Joel and Ellie's own mission. The revelation adds another layer of complexity to their journey, transforming it from a simple escape to a shared quest for a future that seems increasingly distant. Finally, after what feels like an eternity in the oppressive darkness of the sewers, they emerge into the open air, blinking in the muted sunlight of a suburban area. The transition is jarring, a sudden shift from the suffocating confines of the underground to the quiet desolation of overgrown lawns and abandoned houses. The air, though still carrying the scent of decay, feels cleaner, lighter. The immediate threat of the hunters, for the moment, seems to have receded, replaced by an unsettling, almost eerie calm. The suburban landscape, once a symbol of domestic tranquility, now stands as a testament to the sudden, brutal collapse of civilization. It is a moment of fragile respite, a brief lull in the storm, but the echoes of their recent struggles, the horrors of the city and the sewers, linger in their minds, a constant reminder of the world they now inhabit. They stand at the precipice of a new chapter, their journey far from over, their path still winding through the ruins of a broken world. Their journey, fraught with peril and punctuated by fleeting moments of humanity, eventually brings Joel and Ellie to the snow-dusted mountains of Wyoming. It is here, amidst the rugged beauty of the American West, that they finally reach Jackson, a thriving settlement nestled within a protective valley. This community, unlike the decaying ruins they've largely traversed, represents a beacon of hope and order in a world consumed by chaos. Its existence is a testament to the resilience of humanity, a place where agriculture flourishes, electricity flows, and a semblance of pre-outbreak life has been meticulously reconstructed. The town is fortified by formidable walls and patrolled by mounted guards, a necessary measure in a landscape still teeming with infected and desperate survivors. The primary reason for their arduous trek to Jackson is Tommy Miller, Joel's younger brother. Their reunion is a complex tapestry of relief, unspoken grievances, and the enduring bond of family. Tommy, having survived the initial outbreak alongside Joel, chose a different path, one that led him to this self-sufficient community. He is no longer the reckless younger brother Joel once knew. He has matured into a respected leader within Jackson, contributing significantly to its defense and development. His wife, Maria, a strong and pragmatic woman, stands by his side, embodying the spirit of cooperation and self-governance that defines a settlement. The initial moments of their reunion are marked by a cautious warmth. a palpable sense of history between the brothers, and a subtle tension born from their differing experiences and choices since the world ended. Joel, for his part, observes Tommy's life with a mixture of pride and perhaps a touch of envy for the stability his brother has found. During their stay in Jackson, Joel and Ellie experience a brief respite from the constant threat of the outside world. They witness firsthand the communal living, the shared responsibilities, and the collective efforts that allow Jackson to thrive. Ellie, accustomed to a life of scavenging and constant vigilance, is initially overwhelmed by the relative normalcy. The sight of children playing freely, the hum of generators, and the availability of fresh, prepared food are stark contrasts to her previous existence. She observes the community with a mixture of curiosity and a lingering sense of detachment, a testament to the emotional scar she carries. Joel, too, finds a temporary peace, though his guard remains perpetually up. He observes the town's defenses, its routines, and its people with the critical eye of a survivor who understands the fragility of such an existence. However, this period of relative calm is shattered by a pivotal conversation between Joel and Tommy. Joel, burdened by the immense responsibility of protecting Ellie and the emotional toll of their journey, reveals his plan to Tommy. He intends to leave Ellie in his brother's care. This decision stems from a complex mix of motivations. On one hand, Joel genuinely believes that Jackson offers Ellie the safety and stability he feels increasingly incapable of providing. He sees Tommy and Maria's ability to protect and nurture, a stark contrast to his own violent and often brutal methods of survival. He also grapples with the deepening emotional attachment he has developed for Ellie, an attachment that terrifies him after the profound loss of his daughter, Sarah. The idea of losing Ellie, of experiencing that same searing pain again, is a fear he desperately tries to outrun by attempting to relinquish his role as her protector. He rationalizes that Tommy, with his experience and the resources of Jackson, is better equipped to see Ellie safely to the Fireflies, or at least to provide her with a secure future. Tommy, initially resistant, eventually agrees to consider Joel's request, understanding the immense weight his brother carries. He sees the weariness in Joel's eyes, the deep-seated trauma that continues to haunt him. However, this conversation, overheard by Ellie, precipitates a profound crisis. Ellie, who has grown to depend on Joel, to trust him implicitly, and to see him as the only person truly invested in her survival and well-being, is devastated by his revelation. The idea of being abandoned, of being passed off like a burden, cuts her deeply. Her past experiences of being left behind, of feeling unwanted and disposable, resurface with agonizing clarity. This perceived betrayal shatters the fragile bond they have meticulously built over months of shared hardship. Ellie's reaction is immediate and visceral. She confronts Joel, a furious outpouring of hurt and anger. She accuses him of trying to get rid of her, of not caring about her, and of breaking the unspoken promise they had made to each other. Her words are sharp, laced with the pain of a child who feels utterly rejected. Joel, for his part, struggles to articulate his true motivations, his fear of attachment, and his desire to protect her, even if it means pushing her away. He resorts to a detached, almost clinical explanation, arguing that Tommy is better suited for the task, further alienating Ellie. He tries to frame it as a practical decision, a logical step, but his words ring hollow to Ellie's ears, which hear only rejection. In the aftermath of this explosive confrontation, Ellie, feeling utterly betrayed and abandoned, makes a desperate decision. She runs away. She slips out of Jackson, determined to continue the journey to the Fireflies on her own, or at least to escape the perceived abandonment. Her departure is not a calculated move, but an impulsive act born of profound emotional distress. She leaves behind the safety and comfort of Jackson, venturing back into the dangerous wilderness, driven by a raw combination of anger, hurt, and a fierce independence that has been forged in the crucible of the apocalypse. Her flight from Jackson is a direct consequence of Joel's attempt to distance himself, a stark reminder that his protective instincts, when misdirected by his own trauma, can have devastating consequences for those he cares about most. This moment marks a critical turning point in their relationship, a deep rift that will require significant effort and understanding to bridge, if it can be bridged at all. The journey, initially a mission to deliver a package, has become an intricate dance of human connection, fear, and the enduring hope for a cure, a hope that now hangs precariously in the balance as Ellie ventures once more into the unknown. Alone. Our journey through the ravaged world of The Last of Us now brings us to the pivotal winter of 2033, extending into early 2034, a period marked by both desperate hope and profound despair for Joel and Ellie. Having traversed vast stretches of the post-apocalyptic American landscape, their destination, the University of Eastern Colorado, represented a significant beacon in their quest. This institution, once a hub of academic pursuit, was rumored to be a Firefly stronghold, a potential sanctuary for the resistance movement and, more importantly, a place where a cure for the cordyceps brain infection might finally be realized through Ellie's unique immunity. The journey to the university itself was fraught with the usual perils of this broken world. Infected lurking in the shadows of overgrown towns, desperate survivors resorting to violence, and the ever-present threat of starvation and exposure. Yet, Joel and Ellie, their bond forged in the crucible of shared trauma and mutual reliance, pressed onward, driven by the singular purpose of reaching the Fireflies. Joel, ever the pragmatist, was focused on fulfilling his obligation to Tess and, increasingly, on protecting Ellie, a girl who had unexpectedly become the closest thing he had to family since Sarah's death. Ellie, for her part, carried the immense burden of being humanity's last hope, a weight that manifested in her fierce determination and occasional moments of profound vulnerability. Upon arriving at the University of Eastern Colorado, the scene that greeted them was not one of bustling Firefly activity, but of eerie desolation. The campus, once vibrant with student life, was now a ghost town. Buildings stood empty, their windows shattered, their interiors ransacked. The telltale signs of a hasty abandonment were everywhere. Discarded medical supplies, half-eaten rations, and Firefly insignia defaced or torn down. It quickly became apparent that the Fireflies had moved on, leaving behind only echoes of their presence. This realization was a crushing blow, a moment of profound disappointment that threatened to derail their entire mission. Joel, ever stoic, began to search for clues, any indication of where the Fireflies might have gone. His experienced eyes scanned the environment for signs of recent activity, for notes, maps, or anything that could point them in the right direction. Ellie, meanwhile, explored with a mix of curiosity and dread, the silence of the campus amplifying the sense of abandonment. Their search eventually led them to a map, strategically left behind, detailing the new location of the Fireflies, a hospital in Salt Lake City. This discovery, while providing a renewed sense of purpose, also presented a new set of challenges. Salt Lake City was a considerable distance away, and the journey would be arduous, especially with winter fast approaching. The map, however, wasn't the only thing they found. As they continued to investigate the deserted campus, they stumbled upon a group of raiders, hostile survivors who had seemingly taken advantage of the Fireflies' departure to scavenge the remaining resources. These were not the organized militaristic hunters they had encountered in Pittsburgh, nor the fanatical cultists of the cannibals in Colorado. These were opportunistic, desperate individuals driven by greed and a ruthless disregard for human life. The encounter quickly escalated into a brutal firefight. Joel, with his extensive combat experience, immediately took charge, instructing Ellie to stay behind cover while he engaged the raiders. He moved with the efficiency of a seasoned survivor, utilizing the environment to his advantage, picking off enemies with his rifle and shotgun. Ellie, despite her youth, was no stranger to violence. She had proven herself capable in numerous skirmishes, her quick thinking and accurate aim with her own small arsenal often turning the tide. However, this particular engagement was different. The raiders were numerous and aggressive, pushing Joel to his limits. During the intense exchange of gunfire, a moment of tragic miscalculation occurred. Joel, attempting to flank a group of raiders, was caught off guard. A raider, hidden from his view, lunged at him, initiating a close-quarters struggle. Joel, despite his strength, was overwhelmed. In the ensuing chaos, he was impaled on a piece of rebar, a jagged metal rod protruding from a broken staircase. The wound was severe, a deep puncture that immediately began to bleed profusely. The pain was excruciating, and Joel, for the first time in a long time, was truly vulnerable. Ellie, witnessing Joel's critical injury, reacted with a primal surge of panic and desperation. Her protector, her surrogate father, was down. She immediately sprang into action, her fear momentarily overshadowed by a fierce determination to save him. She unleashed a barrage of gunfire, her aim true, eliminating the remaining raiders who were closing in on the wounded Joel. The ferocity of her counterattack, fueled by a terrifying blend of grief and adrenaline, surprised even herself. With the immediate threat neutralized, Ellie rushed to Joel's side, her hands trembling as she assessed the damage. The rebar was still embedded in his abdomen, a gruesome sight that confirmed the severity of the injury. The immediate priority was to extract the rebar and staunch the bleeding. But Ellie, despite her practical skills, was not a trained medic. She knew enough to understand the gravity of the situation. Joel, his face pale and contorted in pain, urged her to leave him, to save herself. His voice was weak, his breathing labored. But Ellie, defiant and resolute, refused. The thought of abandoning him was unthinkable. He had saved her countless times, and now it was her turn. She carefully, agonizingly removed the rebar, a process that elicited a guttural cry of pain from Joel. She then applied rudimentary first aid, tearing strips of her clothing to create bandages, pressing them firmly against the wound in a desperate attempt to slow the blood loss. The severity of Joel's injury and the onset of winter forced a drastic change in their plans. Continuing to Salt Lake City was no longer an option. Joel was too weak to travel, and the wound required immediate, sustained care that Ellie alone could not provide on the move. Their focus shifted from reaching the fireflies to simply surviving. Ellie, with incredible strength and determination, helped Joel to a nearby abandoned house, a dilapidated structure that offered at least some shelter from the biting cold. This humble dwelling would become their sanctuary and their prison for the foreseeable future. The ensuing winter months were a grueling test of Ellie's resilience and her unwavering devotion to Joel. She became his sole caregiver, nurse, and provider. The wound, despite her best efforts, became infected, a common and often fatal complication in a world devoid of modern medicine. Joel's fever soared, his body racked with chills and delirium. He drifted in and out of consciousness, his dreams haunted by memories of Sarah and the horrors of the outbreak. Ellie, sleepless and constantly on edge, watched over him, administering what little medicine she had, changing his bandages, and trying to keep him warm. She scoured the abandoned houses in the vicinity for any supplies that might aid in his recovery. Antibiotics, pain relievers, clean rags, anything. The scarcity of these resources made her task even more challenging. Her days were a relentless cycle of hunting, scavenging, and nursing. She braved the harsh winter elements, often alone, to find food. The frozen landscape offered little in the way of sustenance, forcing her to rely on her hunting skills, honed during their journey. She tracked deer, rabbits, and other small game, her bow and arrows becoming extensions of her will. Each successful hunt was a small victory against the encroaching despair. She learned to set traps, to identify edible plants even in the snow, and to navigate the treacherous terrain with a quiet determination. The weight of responsibility on her young shoulders was immense, yet she never faltered. The emotional toll of this period was profound. Ellie, who had always relied on Joel's strength and guidance, was now forced to be the strong one. She witnessed Joel's vulnerability firsthand, a stark reminder of his mortality and the fragility of their existence. There were moments of fear, of doubt, when she questioned if she could truly save him. But each time she pushed through, fueled by a love and loyalty that had grown deeper than she could have ever imagined. She would talk to him, even when he was unresponsive, recounting stories, humming tunes, anything to keep a flicker of hope alive, both for him and for herself. The silence of the house, broken only by Joel's labored breathing or the crackle of a meager fire, was a constant reminder of their isolation. This period of intense caregiving also forced Ellie to confront her own past and the trauma she had endured. Alone with her thoughts, she grappled with the implications of her immunity, the burden of being the cure, and the sacrifices that had been made to get to her this far. She reflected on her relationship with Riley, her first love, and the devastating loss that had shaped her early life. These memories, often painful, served as a backdrop to her desperate struggle to save Joel. She understood, perhaps for the first time, the true depth of Joel's commitment to her and the profound impact he had had on her life. He wasn't just a protector, it was family. As the winter wore on, Joel's condition remained critical, fluctuating between periods of slight improvement and terrifying relapses. Ellie's efforts, while heroic, were often met with frustration and despair. The lack of proper medical supplies, the constant threat of infection, and the sheer exhaustion of her efforts wore her down. Yet she never gave up. Her resolve was absolute. She was determined to see Joel through this, to repay the countless times he had saved her, to ensure that the man who had become her anchor in this chaotic world would survive. This period of intense hardship, though harrowing, solidified their bond in an unbreakable way, transforming their relationship from one of reluctant partnership to one of profound, unconditional love. The harsh winter, the constant struggle for survival, and the ever-present shadow of death forged Ellie into a fierce, capable survivor, a testament to her indomitable spirit and her unwavering commitment to the man she now considered her father. Ellie, now alone and vulnerable in the harsh Colorado winter of late 2033, finds herself in a desperate struggle for survival. The brutal cold, the ever-present threat of the infected, and the dwindling resources force her to make increasingly perilous decisions. Her journey leads her to a small, isolated settlement, seemingly a refuge from the chaos of the outside world. It is here that she encounters David, a charismatic and seemingly benevolent leader, and his companion, James. Initially, their interaction appears to be a chance encounter, a desperate plea for medicine to save Joel's life. Ellie, ever resourceful and driven by her unwavering loyalty to Joel, attempts to barter for the desperately needed antibiotics. She offers a freshly killed deer, a valuable commodity in this desolate landscape. However, the seemingly innocuous exchange quickly devolves into a chilling realization for Ellie. David, with his unsettlingly calm demeanor, reveals his true nature. He recognizes the deer as one of his own, taken from his hunting grounds, and a tense standoff ensues. Ellie's quick thinking and fighting prowess, honed by years of surviving in this unforgiving world, allow her to escape the immediate confrontation, but not without consequence. She is now aware of David's true intentions and the sinister undercurrents of his community. This encounter is a pivotal moment for Ellie, forcing her to confront the depths of human depravity even beyond the infected. She has faced monstrous creatures, but now she faces the monstrousness within humanity itself, a more insidious and terrifying threat. David, it becomes clear, is not merely a hunter or a survivor. He is the leader of a group of cannibals, a horrifying truth that slowly unravels for Ellie. His community, outwardly appearing as a sanctuary, is in fact a trap, a place where desperate survivors are lured in, only to become their next meal. This revelation is a stark reminder of the moral decay that has gripped the world, where the lines between right and wrong have blurred, and survival often comes at the cost of one's humanity. Ellie's initial relief at finding other survivors quickly turns to terror as she understands the true nature of David's hospitality. The subsequent chase through the snow-laden forest is a desperate fight for survival. Ellie, despite her youth, displays an extraordinary resilience and cunning. She uses the environment to her advantage, employing stealth and misdirection to evade David and his men. The harsh winter landscape, which was once a backdrop to her desperate search for medicine, now becomes a treacherous battleground. Every shadow, every gust of wind could conceal a threat. The tension is palpable, a constant thrum of fear and adrenaline as Ellie battles not only the elements, but also the relentless pursuit of David's group. She is a lone wolf, hunted by a pack of predators, and the odds are stacked against her. Eventually, Ellie is cornered and captured. The scene in the abandoned diner, where David attempts to manipulate and indoctrinate her, is particularly disturbing. He sees something in Ellie, a strength and a ferocity that he admires, and he attempts to bring her into his fold, to make her one of them. He preys on her vulnerability, her isolation, and her desperation, offering her a twisted sense of belonging. His words are insidious, designed to break her spirit and bend her to his will. He paints a picture of a world where their actions are justified, where survival dictates all morality. But Ellie, despite her fear, refuses to be broken. Her spirit remains defiant, fueled by her unwavering love for Joel and her innate sense of right and wrong. She fights back, not just physically, but psychologically, resisting David's attempts to corrupt her. Meanwhile, Joel, slowly but surely, begins his arduous recovery. The antibiotics, thanks to Ellie's bravery, are doing their work, but his wounds are severe and his body is weakened. His recovery is not just physical, it is also a psychological battle. He is consumed by guilt and fear, knowing that Ellie is out there alone and in danger, all because he was incapacitated. The thought of her facing the horrors of this world without him is a torment. His determination to find her, to protect her, becomes the driving force behind his recovery. He pushes himself beyond his limits, ignoring the pain and the weakness, fueled by a primal need to rescue his surrogate daughter. His journey to find Ellie is a testament to his unwavering commitment. He tracks her through the snow, following any sign, any clue, no matter how faint. The harsh winter conditions, which had nearly claimed his life, now become a backdrop to his desperate search. He is a man on a mission, a force of nature driven by love and a fierce protectiveness. The world may be broken, filled with monsters, both infected and human, but Joel's resolve remains unbroken. He is a predator himself, now hunting those who would harm his young. The climax of this harrowing ordeal unfolds as Joel finally catches up to David's group. The confrontation is brutal and visceral, a desperate struggle for survival against overwhelming odds. Joel, still weakened but fueled by an almost superhuman rage, unleashes a torrent of violence against David's men. He is a force of nature, a vengeful father figure, tearing through anyone who stands between him and Ellie. The scene is a stark reminder of the lengths to which a parent will go to protect their child, even in a world where morality has become a luxury. The final confrontation between Joel and David is particularly intense. Joel, driven by a primal fury, brutally dispatches David, ending his reign of terror. This act is not simply about revenge. It is about protecting Ellie, about eliminating a threat that would have consumed her. The violence, while graphic, is portrayed as a necessary evil, a reflection of the brutal realities of their world. It is a moment where Joel fully embraces his role as Ellie's protector, even if it means resorting to extreme measures. The scene is a powerful depiction of the dark side of love and protection, where the line between hero and monster can become dangerously blurred. Ellie, traumatized by her ordeal, is rescued by Joel. The reunion is a moment of profound emotional release, a culmination of weeks of fear, pain, and desperation. Joel holds her close, offering comfort and reassurance, a silent promise that he will never let anything happen to her again. This moment solidifies their bond, deepening their connection beyond that of mere companions. They are now a family, forged in the crucible of shared trauma and unwavering loyalty. The experience leaves an indelible mark on Ellie, a scar that will shape her future, but it also strengthens her resolve and her understanding of the world's harsh realities. This winter, though brutal, ultimately serves to solidify the unbreakable bond between Joel and Ellie, preparing them for the even greater challenges that lie ahead on their perilous journey across a broken America. Our journey through the Last of Us timeline now brings us to a pivotal moment in the year 2034, a year that will forever alter the course of Joel and Ellie's lives, and indeed, the fate of the Fireflies. Having traversed the ravaged landscapes of a post-apocalyptic America, their destination finally comes into view, Salt Lake City. As they approach, the city presents a stark tableau of urban decay, a familiar sight in this world, yet with its own unique desolation. Skyscrapers stand like skeletal fingers against the sky, their windows broken and empty, reflecting a history of abandonment and neglect. The streets below are choked with the husks of overturned vehicles, some overgrown with resilient weeds, others half submerged in stagnant water, testament to years of unaddressed infrastructure collapse. Amidst this ruin, however, there are signs of life, albeit a precarious one. The Fireflies, the revolutionary militia group, driven by the desperate hope of finding a cure for the cordyceps infection, have established a significant presence here. Their banners, emblazoned with the familiar moth insignia, flutter from makeshift flagpoles atop some of the less damaged buildings, a beacon of their continued, if increasingly desperate, struggle. Joel and Ellie observe these markers, a mix of apprehension and a glimmer of hope stirring within them. This is it, the culmination of their arduous journey, the place where Ellie's immunity might finally be understood and harnessed. Their path through Salt Lake City is not straightforward. The urban environment, once a bustling hub of human activity, has been reclaimed by nature and the elements. They navigate through a labyrinth of flooded tunnels, the air thick with the smell of damp earth and decaying concrete. The oppressive darkness of these subterranean passages is broken only by the beam of Joel's flashlight, illuminating the murky waters and the occasional discarded relic of the old world. Above ground, they move through abandoned buildings, their interiors stripped bare, echoing with the ghosts of lives once lived. Each step is a calculated risk, every shadow a potential threat, every creak of a floorboard a jolt to their heightened senses. The city itself feels like a living, breathing entity, one that is slowly but surely consuming itself. It is during this perilous navigation that their journey takes an abrupt and violent turn. Near the hospital, their ultimate destination, they are ambushed. A group of Firefly patrols, vigilant and heavily armed, emerges from the urban decay, their presence a sudden and overwhelming force. The encounter is swift and brutal, a testament to the Fireflies' training and their desperation to protect their operation. In the chaos of the ambush, Ellie, the very reason for their presence, is struck. The impact is severe, rendering her unconscious, her small body slumping to the ground amidst the gunfire and shouting. Joel, ever the protector, reacts with a primal fury. He fights with a ferocity born of desperation, his years of survival instincts kicking in. But even his formidable skills are not enough against the organized might of the Fireflies. Overwhelmed by sheer numbers and superior firepower, Joel is also incapacitated. The world goes black as he falls, his last conscious thought undoubtedly focused on Ellie's prone form. The ambush, though violent, is a strategic move by the Fireflies, a necessary evil in their eyes to secure potential threats to their mission. When Joel next awakens, the world is disorienting. He finds himself in a hospital room, not the familiar sterile white of a pre-outbreak medical facility, but one bearing the scars of abandonment and hurried repurposing. The air is stale, carrying the faint scent of disinfectant and decay. His first realization is the cold, unyielding press of restraints on his wrists and ankles, binding him to the bed. Panic, cold and sharp, lances through him. Where is Ellie? What have they done to her? His mind races, replaying the ambush, the fall, the fear. The door to his room slides open, and a figure steps in, casting a long shadow across the worn linoleum floor. It is Marlene, the leader of the Fireflies, a face Joel recognizes from their earlier fraught encounters. Her expression is grim, her posture weary, but there is an unwavering resolve in her eyes. She is the embodiment of the Fireflies' mission, a woman burdened by the weight of humanity's last hope. Marlene confirms Joel's location, the Firefly Hospital, the former Salt Lake City Hospital, now repurposed as their primary research and medical facility. This is where the last vestiges of medical science are being desperately applied to the cordyceps problem. Then, she delivers the news that will shatter Joel's world. Ellie is here, she explains, and her condition is stable, physically. But the Fireflies have discovered something profound, something that confirms their wildest hopes and simultaneously presents an impossible moral dilemma. Marlene reveals the Fireflies' plan. They intend to operate on Ellie. The operation, she states with a heavy heart, will kill her. The purpose? To create a cure. Marlene, in her measured clinical tone, begins to explain the science behind this devastating decision. She details how the cordyceps in Ellie's brain has grown into a unique strain, unlike any they have encountered before. This particular strain, she elaborates, is what grants Ellie her immunity. While most infected individuals succumb to the fungal growth, their brains consumed and their bodies transformed into monstrous husks, Ellie's brain has somehow developed a symbiotic, or at least a non-lethal relationship with the fungus. The cordyceps within her has not taken over. Instead, it has adapted. Or perhaps Ellie's biology has adapted to it, creating a natural resistance. This is the miracle they have been searching for, the key to understanding and combating the infection on a global scale. The gravity of her words hangs heavy in the air. Marlene continues, explaining that the only way to extract this unique cordyceps strain, the only way to truly understand its properties and synthesize a vaccine or a cure, is through a fatal brain surgery. The procedure, she clarifies, involves accessing the brain tissue where the unique cordyceps has proliferated. Such an invasive procedure, targeting the very core of Ellie's being, is irreversible and will inevitably lead to her death. There is no other known method, no less invasive technique, no alternative path to harvest the necessary biological material. The Fireflies, through countless failed experiments and agonizing losses, have arrived at this conclusion with a desperate certainty. Joel, his heart a cold knot of dread, struggles against his restraints, his voice raw with emotion. He pleads with Marlene, his words a desperate torrent. There has to be another way, he insists, his mind refusing to accept the brutal finality of her plan. He argues, he begs, he tries to appeal to any shred of humanity left within her. He reminds her of Ellie's life, her potential, the joy she brings, the sheer injustice of sacrificing a child for a theoretical cure. He offers to help, to find other solutions, to explore every conceivable avenue that doesn't involve Ellie's death. He has come to see Ellie not just as a cargo, but as his daughter. And the thought of her sacrifice is unbearable. But Marlene, her face etched with the weight of her conviction, refuses. Her voice, though tinged with a profound sadness, is firm. She reiterates that Ellie's sacrifice is not just necessary, but paramount for humanity. The Fireflies have committed their lives, and countless others have died in pursuit of this very moment. Ellie represents the culmination of all their hopes, the last best chance for the human race to reclaim its future from the clutches of the cordyceps. To Marlene, the individual life of one girl, however precious, cannot outweigh the salvation of an entire species. The utilitarian calculus is stark and unforgiving. The needs of the many, she believes, must outweigh the needs of the few, especially when the few hold the key to the many's survival. The moral chasm between Joel and Marlene yawns wide, setting the stage for an impossible choice, a choice that will define the rest of their lives and the very soul of this shattered world. Joel, driven by a primal, unyielding need to protect the only person he has left, enters the operating room. He finds Ellie already prepped for surgery, unconscious on the table, surrounded by 3 Firefly surgeons. Their instruments are laid out, ready to begin the procedure that would undoubtedly end her life. This is the moment of truth, the culmination of over a year of travel, loss, and the forging of an unbreakable bond. Joel, armed with a rifle and fueled by a desperation that borders on madness, gives them no chance to explain, no opportunity to justify their actions. He speaks with a chilling finality, ordering them to untie her. When they hesitate, one surgeon, perhaps out of a misguided sense of duty or a desperate attempt to protect their mission, reaches for a scalpel. Joel does not hesitate. He fires, killing the surgeon instantly. The other 2, witnessing the brutal efficiency of his resolve, are paralyzed by fear. He reiterates his command, his voice a low growl, and they comply, carefully removing the restraints from Ellie's wrists and ankles. With Ellie now free, but still deeply sedated, Joel scoops her into his arms. She is limp, vulnerable, and utterly dependent on him. As he carries her out of the operating room, the sounds of the hospital, once a beacon of hope, now echo with the grim reality of his actions. He makes his way through the sterile corridors, past the empty waiting rooms and examination areas, each step a testament to the moral compromises he has just made. He knows, with absolute certainty, that there is no turning back from this. He has chosen Ellie over humanity, over the potential salvation of the world, and he would do it again, 1,000 times over, without a moment's hesitation. His escape is not yet complete. As he reaches the lower levels of the hospital, preparing to leave the facility, he is confronted by Marlene, the leader of the Fireflies. She stands before him, a figure of tragic resolve, her face etched with a mixture of anger, despair, and a profound sense of betrayal. Marlene, who had entrusted Joel with the most important mission of her life, now sees him as the destroyer of all her hopes. She tries to reason with him, to appeal to his conscience, to make him understand the monumental cost of his actions. She explains that the surgery was not just a hope, but a necessity, the only path to a cure for the cordyceps brain infection, CBI, the fungal pandemic that has ravaged the world. She reminds him of the countless lives lost, the endless suffering, the desperate need for a future free from the constant threat of infection. Marlene pleads with him, explaining that Ellie's immunity is unique, a phenomenon that could never be replicated. She argues that sacrificing one life, even one as precious as Ellie's, for the sake of all humanity, is a moral imperative. She even attempts to appeal to his paternal instincts, suggesting that Ellie, if she were conscious, would understand and accept her fate for the greater good. But Joel is beyond reason. His mind is a fortress, impenetrable to logic or moral persuasion. He has already made his choice, and no argument, no matter how compelling, will sway him. He sees only Ellie, unconscious in his arms, and the threat that Marlene represents to her continued existence. Marlene, seeing the futility of her pleas, changes tactics. She warns him that if he takes Ellie, the fireflies will hunt them down. She knows the importance of Ellie's immunity, and she will not let it simply walk away. She raises her weapon, a desperate act born of a leader's responsibility, a final tragic attempt to salvage her mission. But Joel is faster, more ruthless. He fires, wounding her in the abdomen. She collapses, groaning in pain, her body slumping against a wall. Joel, with Ellie still cradled in his arms, continues to the parking garage. He places Ellie gently in the passenger seat of a waiting vehicle, ensuring her safety before returning to Marlene. He knows she is a threat, a living embodiment of the organization that would pursue them relentlessly. He approaches her. These conversations, hushed and intimate, were a balm for Ellie's soul, a counterpoint to the lingering pain and the ever-present threats. They were building something, brick by emotional brick, a sanctuary for their shared future. Their patrols continued, extending further into the surrounding areas of Jackson. These were not just routine checks. They were explorations, learning the lay of the land, understanding the subtle shifts in the wilderness, the signs of danger. They moved with a quiet efficiency, their senses sharpened by years of survival, their movements synchronized by instinct and trust. They observed the overgrown remnants of the old world, the skeletal structures of forgotten towns, the silent testimony to a civilization that had crumbled. Each patrol was a lesson, a deepening of their understanding of the world beyond the gates, a testament to their readiness. And inevitably, during these excursions, Ellie and Dina would encounter infected. The shambling, groaning horrors were a constant reminder of the world's brokenness, a stark contrast to the small pockets of humanity they defended. These encounters, though perilous, became opportunities. They honed their combat skills, their movements becoming fluid and precise, their partnership seamless. Ellie, with her innate resilience and growing mastery of various weapons, and Dinah, with her keen eye and steady hand, faced these threats together. Each clicker silenced, each runner dispatched, was a testament to their strength, their adaptability, and the unwavering trust they placed in one another. They learned to anticipate, to react, to survive, their shared experiences forging an unbreakable bond in the crucible of combat. After these successful patrols, often laden with supplies or having cleared a particularly dangerous area, Ellie and Dina would return to Jackson. The sight of the familiar gates, the welcoming lights, the sound of human activity was always a relief. A gentle pulling back from the brink, they would report their findings, share their experiences, and then, perhaps, find a quiet moment for themselves, to simply exist in the safety of their shared home, their bond strengthened by the challenges they had faced, their future, however uncertain, now firmly intertwined. The gentle rhythm of life within Jackson continued, a fragile but resilient testament to hope, even as the shadows of the past continued to linger just beyond the walls. We're drifting slowly into the timeline of The Last of Us, a tangled web of survival and sacrifice, born from a world undone, only to unravel into something of haunted choices and unending echoes. Born in the quiet moments before the cordyceps bloom, it grew into a chronicle of humanity's fight against itself, against the fungal tide. But beneath the struggle for survival, something darker always lingered. This is the story of how a simple fungal infection became a testament to the enduring and often destructive power of love and loss, and how one girl's journey still whispers through the quiet hours. Born in the quiet moments before the cordyceps bloom, it grew into a chronicle of humanity's fight against itself, against the fungal tide. But beneath the struggle for survival, something darker always lingered. This is the story of how a simple fungal infection became a testament to the enduring and often destructive power of love and loss, and how one girl's journey still whispers through the quiet hours. And so, we move into the year 2038, a time now steeped in the bitter draught of revenge. The quiet peace of Jackson, Wyoming, a sanctuary carved from the remnants of the old world, is shattered, not by the infected, but by old ghosts and new grievances. Joel Miller, the man who once carried the weight of humanity's salvation on his shoulders, now lives a life of relative calm, sharing stories of the past with Ellie, teaching her the mysteries of the guitar, and navigating the patrols with his brother Tommy. The snow, a familiar blanket over these mountains, begins to fall, heavy and relentless, obscuring the paths and perhaps the future. It is during such a blizzard, a whiteout that swallows sound and sight, that Joel and Tommy find themselves caught in a perilous situation. A horde of infected, driven by the harsh weather, descends upon them. Their usual routes are impassable, their familiar landmarks swallowed by the swirling snow. It is in this desperate moment, a twist of fate both cruel and inevitable, that they cross paths with a small group of strangers. These are not the usual scavengers or desperate survivors. There is a hardened edge to them, a military precision in their movements, even as they fight for their lives against the encroaching horde. Among them is a woman, strong and capable, with a presence that demands attention. Her name is Abby Anderson. Together, in the shared struggle against the infected, they manage to find temporary refuge. The blizzard rages, making any further travel impossible, and so they seek shelter in a grand, abandoned mansion, a relic of a forgotten opulence, now slowly succumbing to the decay of time. The fire crackles in the hearth, casting long, dancing shadows that seem to stretch and twist with the unspoken tension in the air. Joel, ever cautious, ever observant, senses something amiss, a subtle discord in the group's demeanor. Tommy, more trusting perhaps, or simply weary from the fight, tries to ease the atmosphere, sharing stories, attempting to forge a connection. But beneath the surface of shared survival, a dark current flows. As the storm howls outside, mirroring the turmoil within, Abby reveals her true identity. The air grows still, the warmth of the fire suddenly cold. She is Abby Anderson, and her father was Jerry Anderson, the Firefly surgeon, the man Joel killed all those years ago in the Salt Lake City hospital. The revelation hangs heavy, a shroud descending upon the room. The casual camaraderie evaporates, replaced by a chilling realization of the true purpose behind this chance encounter. This was no accident. It was a hunt, years in the making, meticulously planned, patiently executed. The quiet hours of the mansion are then filled with a sound no one will ever forget. The sickening thud of a golf club. Abby, driven by a grief that has festered into an all-consuming rage, unleashes her vengeance upon Joel. It is a brutal, agonizing scene, made all the more horrific by Ellie's desperate, powerless presence. She is forced to watch, held back, her screams tearing at the silence as the man who saved her, the man who became her father, is beaten to death. The violence is not quick, not merciful. It is a slow, deliberate act of retribution, designed to inflict maximum pain, to mirror the perceived suffering Abby endured. Joel's last breath is drawn in agony, his life extinguished before Ellie's eyes, leaving an indelible scar upon her soul. Tommy, ever the protector, attempts to intervene, to shield his brother, to stop the horror unfolding before them. But he is met with swift and brutal force. A gunshot rings out, sharp and deafening in the enclosed space, and Tommy collapses, a bullet lodged in his leg. The wound is grievous, a stark reminder of the cost of this confrontation, a physical manifestation of the broken bonds and shattered peace. He is left bleeding, incapacitated, forced to witness the same unspeakable act as Ellie, his own pain a dull echo against the roar of her grief. The snow continues to fall, burying the mansion, buries the truth of what transpired, but it cannot bury the memory, nor the burning embers of revenge now ignited within Ellie. The trauma of Joel's death, the sheer brutality of it, transforms her, twisting her innocence into something fierce and unforgiving. She is no longer just a survivor. She is a vessel for vengeance. With Dinah, her steadfast companion, and Jesse, a loyal friend from Jackson, they embark on a perilous journey to Seattle, a city now fractured and dangerous, a battleground for warring factions. Their mission is singular, unwavering, to find Abby Anderson and to make her pay. Ellie and Dina arrive in Seattle, a city swallowed by overgrown vegetation, its once bustling streets now silent, save for the whispers of the wind and the distant cries of the infected. The urban landscape itself tells a story of collapse and adaptation. The city is a mosaic of danger, divided between two formidable factions, the Washington Liberation Front, or WLF, a highly organized and militaristic group that has claimed large swaths of the city, and the Seraphites, also known as Scars, a religious cult with a brutal, primitive approach to survival, marked by their distinctive facial scarring and silent, bull-wielding tactics. The tension between these groups is palpable, a constant undercurrent of violence that makes navigating the city a treacherous endeavor. As they move deeper into WLF-controlled territory, Ellie and Dina encounter the harsh realities of this new Seattle. The streets are patrolled by WLF soldiers, their presence a constant threat. Abandoned buildings conceal lurking infected, their moans echoing through the decaying structures. Every step is a calculated risk, every shadow a potential ambush. They learn quickly that stealth and careful planning are paramount. The city, once a symbol of humanity's ambition, is now a labyrinth of death, a stark reminder of the world they inhabit. Amidst the chaos and danger, they find a brief respite, a moment of quiet in the storm, within the dusty confines of an abandoned music store. The silence here is different, less menacing, filled with the ghosts of melodies past. It is in this sanctuary, surrounded by instruments that once brought joy, that a profound revelation unfolds. Dina, her voice soft, almost a whisper, shares a secret that will forever alter their journey, their purpose. She is pregnant. The news, unexpected and overwhelming, adds a new layer of complexity to their already perilous quest. It is a flicker of hope, a fragile promise of new life, amidst the pervasive darkness of their mission. It also raises the stakes, adding a precious, vulnerable life to protect, even as Ellie is consumed by her need for retribution. Driven by their mission, Ellie and Dina venture further into downtown Seattle, a sprawling urban expanse now reclaimed by nature and the remnants of human folly. Their search for Abby is relentless, methodical. They scour abandoned shops, sift through discarded documents, and piece together clues, fragments of information that might lead them to their target. The city, in its decay, holds secrets, and they are determined to uncover them. They move through the skeletal remains of skyscrapers, past flooded streets, and through areas where the WLF has established its strongholds, always vigilant, always aware of the lurking dangers. It is during this meticulous exploration that Ellie discovers a detailed map of Seattle, a relic from the past, now invaluable in their hunt. The map, filled with annotations and marked routes, reveals the intricate network of WLF patrol patterns, their key outposts, and their strategic locations. It is a vital tool, offering a glimpse into the enemy's movements, allowing them to plan their approach, to anticipate danger, and to navigate the treacherous landscape with a greater degree of precision. The city, once an impenetrable maze, begins to reveal its secrets, its vulnerabilities. Their journey through downtown Seattle leads them into a sprawling park, a green oasis now teeming with a different kind of life. Here, amidst the overgrown foliage and decaying playground equipment, they encounter a large, terrifying group of infected, unlike anything they have faced before. Among them are the Shamblers, grotesque, heavily armored infected that emit corrosive spores, making them a formidable and deadly threat. The encounter is a brutal, visceral struggle for survival, a stark reminder of the ever-present danger that lurks just beneath the surface of their human conflict. They fight with desperation, their lives hanging in the balance, pushing past the horror to continue their relentless pursuit. As the day draws to a close and the shadows lengthen across the ruined city, Ellie and Dina find themselves facing another obstacle, a heavily fortified WLF checkpoint. It is a formidable barrier designed to control access to deeper parts of the city, to prevent infiltration. But their resolve remains unbroken. With careful planning, with a combination of stealth and calculated aggression, They manage to infiltrate the checkpoint, bypassing its defenses and pushing further into the heart of Seattle. Each step takes them closer to Abby, closer to the confrontation that now defines Ellie's existence, closer to a reckoning that promises only more pain, more loss, but perhaps also a form of twisted closure. The night descends, bringing with it the promise of more dangers, more revelations, as their first day in Seattle draws to a close, its echoes already reverberating through the quiet hours. As the duo pushes deeper into the WLF-controlled city, the true scale of the conflict becomes disturbingly clear. Every street corner, every abandoned building, every overgrown park seems to hum with the tension of war. Ellie and Dina navigate the treacherous landscape, a constant ballet of stealth and evasion. They encounter not only the ever-present threat of the infected, but also the heavily armed and well-organized patrols of the Washington Liberation Front, or WLF, as they are commonly known. These patrols are a stark reminder that even in a world ravaged by a fungal pandemic, humanity's capacity for internal strife remains undiminished. The WLF, a paramilitary group that seized control of Seattle from the oppressive Federal Disaster Response Agency, or FEDRA, years prior, maintains a tight grip on the city, viewing any outsiders with suspicion and hostility. Their presence transforms the urban decay into a battlefield, where every shadow could conceal an enemy and every sound could betray their position. The infected, too, present a renewed and terrifying challenge. Beyond the familiar clickers and runners, new strains and behaviors have emerged in the years since the initial outbreak. Stalkers, for instance, are now more prevalent, their unnerving silence and propensity for ambush making them particularly dangerous in the close quarters of the city. Their camouflaged forms blend seamlessly with the urban decay, waiting patiently in the dark, only to strike with sudden, brutal efficiency. The sheer density of the infected population within Seattle speaks to the WLF's ongoing struggle to completely secure the city, creating a dangerous dynamic where WLF soldiers and infected often clash, inadvertently creating opportunities for Ellie and Dina to slip through the cracks. This constant three-way dance for survival, against the infected, against the WLF, and against the very environment itself, becomes the backdrop for Ellie's relentless pursuit of Abby. Their journey takes them through a series of iconic Seattle landmarks, now twisted and reclaimed by nature and the relentless march of time. They traverse the dilapidated remains of the Seattle Convention Center, a sprawling complex that once hosted grand events, now a labyrinth of collapsed ceilings and flooded lower levels. Here, the echoing sounds of their own footsteps are often punctuated by the distant guttural cries of infected or the sharp metallic clang of WLF patrols. They must employ a combination of stealth and strategic combat, utilizing Ellie's honed skills with a bow and various firearms, as well as Dina's surprisingly effective support with her own pistol and a keen eye for environmental traps. Dina, despite her initial reluctance to be involved in Ellie's quest for vengeance, proves to be an invaluable companion, her practical skills and unwavering loyalty a source of strength for Ellie. As they push further into the city, Ellie begins to uncover fragments of information, disparate pieces of a puzzle that slowly begin to coalesce into a disturbing picture. These clues are not always direct, but rather discovered through environmental storytelling, through the journals and notes left behind by former inhabitants, and through the remnants of past conflicts. One such revelation comes through a series of cryptic graffiti tags and faded posters, hinting at the presence of the Fireflies within Seattle, a faction Ellie believed to be largely defunct after the events at the Salt Lake City Hospital. The Fireflies, for those unfamiliar, were a revolutionary militia group that aimed to overthrow Fedra and find a cure for the cordyceps infection. Their ultimate goal was noble, but their methods were often extreme, and their numbers dwindled significantly after their defeat in Boston and the subsequent events in Salt Lake City. The discovery of Firefly remnants in Seattle is a significant development, raising questions about their continued activities and their potential connection to Abby. This initial hint, however, is merely a precursor to a far more impactful revelation. Ellie's investigation leads her to a specific location, a former Firefly medical outpost, now abandoned and overgrown. Within this decaying facility, amid scattered medical supplies and forgotten equipment, she uncovers a series of documents and recordings. These artifacts, preserved despite the passage of time and the chaos of the outbreak, paint a vivid and unsettling picture of Abby's past. It is here that Ellie learns, with a sickening jolt, of Abby's profound connection to the Fireflies. The documents reveal that Abby's father was a prominent surgeon within the Firefly organization, a brilliant and dedicated doctor who was actively working on a potential cure for the cordyceps infection. The weight of this information hits Ellie with the force of a physical blow. The Fireflies, the very group that Joel had decimated in Salt Lake City to save Ellie's life, were Abby's family. Her father, the surgeon Joel murdered, was not just some nameless doctor. He was a man dedicated to saving humanity, a man whose life was cut short by Joel's desperate act. The implications are immediate and devastating for Ellie. The righteous anger that has fueled her journey begins to falter, replaced by a gnawing sense of unease. She had always viewed Joel's actions in Salt Lake City as a necessary evil, a painful but ultimately justified decision to save her. Now she sees it through Abby's eyes, a brutal, senseless act of murder that tore a family apart and extinguished the last hope for humanity. The moral ambiguity of Joel's choice, a burden she has carried subconsciously for years, now erupts into the forefront of her consciousness. The clarity of her purpose, once so absolute, becomes clouded by doubt and a growing sense of guilt. The documents further detail the Fireflies' desperate attempts to synthesize a cure, their dwindling resources, and their eventual relocation to Seattle in a last-ditch effort to continue their research. Abby's father, the surgeon, was a central figure in these efforts, his passion and dedication evident in his detailed notes and personal logs. These logs also reveal the profound impact of the Firefly's collapse on Abby, illustrating her unwavering loyalty to her father and her deep-seated belief in their cause. She was present during their final chaotic days, witnessing firsthand the destruction of their dreams and the loss of her father. This information provides a chillingly clear motive for Abby's actions in Jackson, transforming her from a faceless antagonist into a grieving daughter seeking retribution. Ellie also uncovers details about Joel's past actions, specifically his violent confrontation with the Fireflies at the Salt Lake City Hospital. The Firefly documents, while not entirely unbiased, describe Joel as a ruthless and unyielding force, a man who slaughtered their personnel without hesitation, all to prevent them from operating on Ellie. The narrative painted by these documents is one of a desperate group on the cusp of a potential breakthrough, only to be brutally stopped by a single, determined individual. This perspective directly contradicts the simplified, almost heroic version of events that Ellie had held onto for so long. She begins to see Joel's actions not just as an act of love, but as an act of profound selfishness, one that had devastating consequences for countless others. The weight of this revelation is immense. It forces Ellie to confront the uncomfortable truth that her beloved surrogate father, the man who saved her life, was also responsible for immense suffering and the potential destruction of humanity's last hope. The lines between hero and villain, victim and aggressor, blur into an agonizing grey. This newfound understanding of Abby's motivations does not immediately negate Ellie's desire for vengeance, but it certainly complicates it. The simple narrative of good versus evil, which had previously propelled her forward, shatters into 1,000 complex pieces. Dina, witnessing Ellie's distress and the profound impact of these discoveries, offers what comfort she can. She listens patiently as Ellie grapples with the implications, her presence a steady anchor in Ellie's increasingly turbulent emotional landscape. Dina's perspective, while sympathetic to Ellie's pain, also provides a subtle counterpoint. She reminds Ellie of the present danger, of their immediate goals, and of the need to remain focused. However, even Dina cannot fully alleviate the burden of this new knowledge. The discovery of Abby's connection to the Fireflies and the detailed account of Joel's past actions fundamentally reshapes Ellie's understanding of her mission. What began as a clear-cut quest for revenge now transforms into a far more morally complex and emotionally taxing journey. The city of Seattle, already a crucible of danger and despair, now becomes a stage for a profound internal conflict within Ellie. Her initial certainty gives way to doubt, her unwavering resolve to a gnawing sense of guilt. The path forward, once so clear, is now shrouded in a haze of moral ambiguity, forcing Ellie to question not only Abby's motives, but her own. This pivotal moment marks a significant turning point in Ellie's character arc, setting the stage for the difficult choices and profound consequences that lie ahead. The pursuit of Abby is no longer a simple act of retribution. It has become a desperate search for understanding, for justice, and perhaps for some semblance of peace in a world utterly devoid of it. We now progress to the year 2038, a period defined by an escalating cycle of vengeance and loss. Following the harrowing events of Seattle Day 1, Ellie, fueled by an unyielding desire for retribution, continues her relentless hunt for Abby. Her path through the devastated city becomes increasingly perilous, each encounter pushing her further into the moral abyss she so desperately seeks to navigate. Ellie's pursuit of Abby leads her through the intricate and dangerous environments of Seattle, a city fractured by both the Cordyceps outbreak and the ongoing conflict between the Washington Liberation Front, or WLF, and the Seraphites, commonly known as Scars. These two factions, locked in a brutal territorial war, inadvertently create a chaotic backdrop against which Ellie's personal vendetta unfolds. Her journey takes her through areas like the flooded streets of the Saravena Hotel, a locale now teeming with both WLF patrols and mutated infected, including the formidable Shamblers, a new type of infected that releases corrosive spores upon death, and the terrifying Stalkers, who employ stealth and ambush tactics. Ellie's determination is palpable, a visceral force driving her forward despite the mounting obstacles. She navigates sniper nests, meticulously laid traps, and patrols of heavily armed WLF soldiers, each encounter a testament to her honed survival skills and her growing ruthlessness. Her focus remains singular, to find Abby. This obsession, however, begins to exact a heavy toll, not just on her physical well-being, but on her relationships and her very humanity. The lines between hunter and hunted blur as Ellie employs increasingly brutal methods. Mirroring the violence she condemns, she interrogates WLF members, often resorting to extreme measures to extract information, a stark contrast to the more compassionate Ellie we knew in the early days of her journey with Joel. This descent is not without internal conflict, however. Brief flashes of doubt, moments of hesitation, flicker through her resolve, only to be quickly extinguished by the burning image of Joel's murder. As Ellie delves deeper into Seattle, she uncovers more about the WLF and their operations. She learns of their strict hierarchy, their relentless expansionist policies, and their brutal treatment of the Seraphites. This information, while providing context to the city's broader conflict, does little to deter her from her primary objective. Instead, it merely adds layers of complexity to an already morally ambiguous landscape. She encounters familiar faces like Dinah and Jesse, who, despite their earlier reservations, continue to support her, their loyalty a fragile anchor in her turbulent emotional sea. Jesse, ever the pragmatist and loyal friend, often acts as a voice of reason, attempting to temper Ellie's escalating aggression, but his words often fall on deaf ears. The culmination of Seattle Day 2 and the beginning of Day 3 brings Ellie to the aquarium, a place holding significant emotional weight for Abby. It is here that Ellie believes she can finally corner her target. The confrontation, however, does not go as planned. Instead, Ellie finds herself in a desperate struggle against a multitude of WLF soldiers, and the elusive Abby remains just out of her grasp. The pursuit continues, leading Ellie to the hospital, another key location in Abby's past. The hospital, now a WLF stronghold, becomes a gauntlet of intense combat as Ellie fights her way through its corridors, driven by the belief that Abby is somewhere within its walls. The relentless pursuit reaches a devastating climax when Jesse is killed, and Tommy is severely injured by Abby. This pivotal moment shatters Ellie's world once more, intensifying her grief and hardening her resolve. The scene unfolds with brutal efficiency. After a tense standoff and a series of desperate maneuvers, Abby, with a cold precision, shoots Jesse in the head, killing him instantly. The suddenness and brutality of the act are shocking, leaving Ellie and the player reeling. Tommy, attempting to intervene, is also shot by Abby, sustaining grievous injuries that will leave him permanently scarred and profoundly changed. This tragic event, occurring at the theatre, a place that briefly offered a semblance of safety, transforms Ellie's quest for revenge from a personal vendetta into a desperate struggle for survival and a spiraling descent into an even darker abyss. The loss of Jesse, a steadfast and loyal friend, and the brutal incapacitation of Tommy, a father figure and a symbol of their shared past, irrevocably alters the trajectory of Ellie's journey. It solidifies her belief that Abby must pay, not just for Joel, but for the lives and suffering she has now directly caused to those closest to Ellie. Following this devastating encounter, the narrative shifts dramatically, transporting us back to the year 2035, 3 years prior to the events in Seattle. This is a crucial narrative device, allowing us to understand Abby's perspective and the motivations that drive her actions. We are introduced to Abby's life in the years leading up to Joel's murder, revealing her deep-seated trauma and her unwavering commitment to avenging her own father's death. The narrative shifts to Abby's perspective, revealing her motivations and past, a crucial turning point in understanding the complex tapestry of The Last of Us Part 2. We are taken back to the year 2035, 3 years before the events in Seattle, to witness the origins of Abby's relentless pursuit of Joel. This narrative interlude is not merely a flashback. It's a profound recontextualization of everything we've witnessed thus far. We learn that Abby is the daughter of Jerry Anderson, a Firefly surgeon. Jerry was the very doctor who was prepared to operate on Ellie to extract the cordyceps strain from her brain, a procedure that would have inevitably killed her, but also offered the potential for a cure for humanity. Joel, as we know, intervened violently, killing Jerry and all other Fireflies in his path, including many of Abby's friends, to save Ellie. This act, while justifiable from Joel's perspective as a desperate father figure, was, from Abby's viewpoint, an unforgivable atrocity. She witnessed her father's lifeless body, a memory that scarred her deeply and ignited within her an all-consuming desire for revenge. The narrative meticulously details Abby's life in the years following her father's death. We see her as a young woman consumed by grief and rage, dedicating her existence to finding and killing Joel. This quest leads her to join the Washington Liberation Front, or WLF, a paramilitary organization that rose to prominence in Seattle, eventually overthrowing the military occupation of the city. Within the WLF, Abby finds a new family, a sense of purpose, and the resources to continue her hunt. We are introduced to her close-knit group of friends, Owen, Mel, Manny, and Nora, all former Fireflies who shared in her loss and understood her pain. These relationships are crucial in painting a more nuanced picture of Abby, demonstrating her capacity for loyalty and care, even amidst her destructive mission. We witness Abby's rigorous training, her transformation into a formidable soldier, driven by an almost fanatical devotion to physical strength and combat prowess. Her physique, a stark contrast to Ellie's, is a visual representation of her dedication to her goal. Every lift, every punch, every training exercise is a step closer to confronting Joel. This period of her life is characterized by an unyielding focus, a singular objective that overshadows all other aspects of her existence. The narrative also explores the complexities of Abby's relationships within the WLF. Her strained relationship with Owen, her former lover, is a recurring theme. Owen, disillusioned with the WLF's increasingly brutal methods and the cycle of violence, yearns for a simpler life, a stark contrast to Abby's unwavering commitment to revenge. Their interactions reveal Abby's internal struggles, the moments where her humanity flickers through the hardened exterior she has built around herself. We see her wrestling with the moral compromises she makes, the collateral damage she causes, all in service of her ultimate goal. The narrative also delves into the WLF's conflict with the Seraphites, or Scars, a religious cult that inhabits the island surrounding Seattle. This ongoing war provides a backdrop for Abby's story, showcasing the brutal realities of life in a post-apocalyptic world. We witness the WLF's aggressive tactics, their attempts to eradicate the Seraphites, and the Seraphites' equally fervent resistance. Abby, as a WLF soldier, is deeply entrenched in this conflict, her experiences shaping her worldview and further hardening her. The climax of Abby's initial flashback storyline brings us to the fateful day in Jackson, Wyoming, when she and her group finally track down Joel. The scene is presented from Abby's perspective, allowing us to understand the immense emotional weight of that moment for her. We witness the culmination of years of relentless pursuit, the raw, unbridled fury that erupts when she finally has Joel at her mercy. Her brutal execution of Joel, while horrific from Ellie's perspective, is presented as the fulfillment of a long-sought justice from Abby's point of view. It is an act born not of malice, but of profound grief and a desperate need for closure. This shift in perspective is a bold narrative choice, forcing the player to confront the uncomfortable truth that there are two sides to every story, and that good and evil are often matters of perspective. By revealing Abby's motivations and her deeply personal trauma, the game challenges us to empathize with her, even as we grapple with the horrific consequences of her actions. It forces us to question our preconceived notions of heroism and villainy, and to acknowledge the cyclical nature of violence and revenge. Abby's story is not an attempt to justify her actions, but rather to explain them, to provide a deeper understanding of the complex web of relationships and motivations that drive the characters in this unforgiving world. This recontextualization is essential for the remainder of the story, as it sets the stage for the escalating conflict between Ellie and Abby, a conflict rooted in parallel traumas and mirrored desires for retribution. The narrative then shifts, revealing a crucial piece of Abby's past through a series of harrowing flashbacks. We witness her idyllic life before the outbreak, her father, Jerry Anderson, a skilled surgeon, and their close bond. The flashbacks intensify, showing the immediate aftermath of the initial cordyceps outbreak, their survival in the early days, and ultimately their integration into the Fireflies, a militia group dedicated to finding a cure. These memories culminate in the devastating revelation that Jerry Anderson was the very surgeon Joel Miller killed in the Salt Lake City hospital, the one preparing to operate on Ellie. This act, committed to save Ellie, inadvertently condemned Abby's father, igniting a burning desire for retribution that would consume her for years. This profound loss and the subsequent thirst for vengeance became the driving force behind Abby's relentless pursuit of Joel. Her entire adult life, every grueling workout, every tactical training session with the Washington Liberation Front, or WLF, a paramilitary organization formed from former Fireflies, was fueled by this singular objective. She meticulously tracked Joel, gathering intelligence, and ultimately orchestrated the ambush that led to his brutal demise. For Abby, this wasn't mere murder. It was the culmination of a decade-long quest for justice, a desperate attempt to balance the scales of her shattered world. However, the path of revenge is rarely straightforward, and Abby's journey takes an unexpected turn when she encounters Lev and Yara, two runaway Seraphite children. The Seraphites, or Scars, as the WLF derogatorily call them, are a deeply religious and insular cult who believe the cordyceps outbreak was divine punishment. They adhere to a strict, often violent, interpretation of their prophet's teachings, and their conflict with the WLF has escalated into a brutal war for control of Seattle. Lev and Yara, having defied Seraphite doctrine and attempted to leave their community, find themselves caught in the crossfire, hunted by their own people. Abby, initially wary, is compelled to protect them, a decision that will profoundly alter her perspective and challenge her long-held beliefs. The unlikely trio embarks on a perilous journey, navigating the treacherous ruins of Seattle. Their immediate objective is to reach the hospital, where Yara, having sustained a severe injury, desperately needs medical attention. This requires them to traverse Seraphite territory, a landscape fraught with danger, where every shadow could conceal an enemy patrol and every sound could signal an ambush. Abby, with her extensive combat training and intimate knowledge of the city's war-torn districts, acts as their protector, battling both the fanatical Seraphites and the infected hordes that roam unchecked. Lev, despite his youth, proves to be a surprisingly resourceful and agile companion, guiding them through hidden paths and utilizing his knowledge of Seraphite customs to their advantage. During their desperate journey, Abby is forced to confront the brutal realities of the Seraphite conflict firsthand. She witnesses the cult's unwavering devotion, their willingness to sacrifice themselves for their beliefs, and the devastating impact of their war with the WLF on the civilian population. A particularly harrowing encounter sees Yara recaptured by Seraphite zealots. Abby, driven by a newfound sense of responsibility, launches a daring rescue mission, infiltrating a heavily fortified Seraphite encampment. She fights her way through waves of enemies, demonstrating her formidable combat prowess, and ultimately succeeds in freeing Yara. With Yara gravely wounded and time running out, Abby makes the difficult decision to seek help from her former WLF comrades, a risky move given her recent desertion. As they make their way towards the hospital, Abby uncovers unsettling information about a new and terrifying threat emerging in the South. The Rattlers. These slave traders, operating out of Santa Barbara, California, are known for their ruthless tactics, preying on survivors and forcing them into servitude. The existence of such an organized and brutal group highlights the ever-present danger in this post-apocalyptic world, reminding Abby that even beyond the immediate conflict in Seattle, new horrors lurk. This information, though secondary to their immediate objective, plants a seed of unease, foreshadowing future challenges. Upon finally reaching the WLF Stadium, a massive fortified stronghold that serves as the WLF's primary base of operations, Abby and Lev are met with a scene of utter chaos. The stadium is under siege, a full-scale assault by the Seraphites. The conflict, already brutal, has escalated to a fever pitch, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. Abby, despite her earlier defection, immediately throws herself into the fray, fighting alongside her former comrades to defend the stadium. The battle is a maelstrom of gunfire, explosions, and desperate hand-to-hand combat, a stark reminder of the senseless violence that has consumed Seattle. Amidst the carnage, Abby makes a horrifying discovery. Owen and Mel, her close friends and former Firefly comrades, have been brutally murdered. Their bodies, discovered in a makeshift hideout, bear the unmistakable signs of a violent struggle. A quick search reveals a crucial clue: a map left behind by their killer, indicating the location of their hideout. The map, to Abby's shock and growing fury, points directly to the Seattle Theater, the very place where Ellie and her group have been sheltering. The realization dawns on Abby. Ellie, the girl whose life Joel saved at the cost of Abby's father, is responsible for the deaths of her friends. The cycle of revenge, far from being broken, has tightened its grip, pulling Abby back into its destructive embrace. Fueled by a renewed, incandescent rage, Abby wastes no time. She races to the theater, her mind consumed by a singular desire for retribution. The confrontation at the theater is explosive, a brutal clash between two women driven by an almost identical thirst for vengeance. The ensuing fight is a chaotic, desperate struggle, punctuated by the sounds of gunfire and the desperate cries of those caught in the crossfire. During the melee, Jesse, a member of Ellie's group and Dina's former partner, is tragically killed. Tommy, Joel's brother, is also gravely injured, his life hanging by a thread. The theater, once a place of refuge, becomes a battleground, a testament to the devastating consequences of unchecked anger and the endless cycle of violence. However, in a moment of profound moral reckoning, Abby makes a choice that defies the very nature of her quest for revenge. With Ellie at her mercy, and Dina, pregnant and vulnerable, pleading for their lives, Abby pauses. The image of Owen and Mel, the pain of their loss, still burns within her, but something, perhaps the memory of Lev and Yara, or the sheer exhaustion of endless violence, stays her hand. She spares Ellie and Dinah, choosing not to kill them. This act of mercy, unexpected and deeply personal, marks a significant turning point for Abby. It suggests a nascent understanding that revenge, while offering a temporary catharsis, ultimately leads only to more suffering. With the immediate threat of the Seraphites contained and the cycle of revenge momentarily broken, Abby and Lev decide to leave Seattle. The city, ravaged by war and consumed by violence, offers them no solace, no future. Their new destination, Santa Barbara, California, driven by the hope of finding other fireflies, a chance to rebuild, and perhaps a new purpose beyond the endless conflict, they set off, leaving behind the devastation and the ghosts of their past. The journey to Santa Barbara represents a fragile hope for a new beginning, a chance for Abby to finally escape the shadow of revenge and forge a different path, one guided by compassion and the promise of a better future. The year is 2039, roughly a year and a half after the harrowing events in Seattle, and the world continues its slow, agonizing decay. We find ourselves in the aftermath, a period that, for many, promised a semblance of peace, but for some, only deepened the scars. Ellie, having finally settled down with Dina and their infant son, JJ, on a quiet farm in Jackson County, Wyoming, attempts to carve out a new life, a life away from the constant threat of the infected and the brutal realities of human conflict. The idyllic setting, however, proves to be a thin veneer over a deeply fractured psyche. Despite the presence of her new family and the relative safety of the farm, Ellie is relentlessly haunted by the spectre of Joel's death, the trauma of witnessing his brutal murder, the helplessness she felt, and the subsequent cycle of revenge and loss have taken a profound toll. Her days are punctuated by vivid, intrusive flashbacks of that horrific morning in Jackson. She sees Joel's beaten face, hears his choked cries, feels the cold steel of the golf club as Abby delivers the fatal blows. These involuntary memories are not fleeting images. They are searing, immersive experiences that drag her back to that moment, stripping away her present reality. During these episodes, Ellie often lashes out, her carefully constructed composure shattering. She might drop whatever she is holding, her hands trembling, or snap at Dina, her voice laced with an unfamiliar harshness. The farm, meant to be a sanctuary, frequently becomes a stage for her internal torment. She might be tending to the chickens, her mind suddenly transported to the moment she found Joel, causing her to freeze, her breath catching in her throat, or, while rocking JJ to sleep, a flicker of memory, a sound, a scent, can trigger a full-blown flashback, leaving her disoriented and agitated. Dina, ever the patient and understanding partner, attempts to comfort Ellie during these harrowing moments. She recognizes the signs, the sudden withdrawal, the distant gaze, the rapid breathing. She would gently approach Ellie, offering a comforting touch, a soft word, or a simple embrace. "It's okay, Elle," she might whisper, trying to ground Ellie in the present. However, Ellie's trauma has created a significant, almost insurmountable distance between them. Her pain is a wall, impenetrable and isolating. She often recoils from Dina's touch, not out of rejection, but because the intimacy feels overwhelming, a stark contrast to the violence replaying in her mind. Her inability to fully articulate the depth of her suffering, coupled with a deep-seated guilt over her actions in Seattle, keeps her guarded. She pushes Dina away, not intentionally, but as a defense mechanism, fearing that her darkness might consume Dina too. The emotional chasm widens with each unacknowledged flashback, each unspoken fear. Dina's attempts to bridge this gap, though heartfelt, are often met with silence or a terse, almost hostile response, leaving both women feeling increasingly isolated within their shared home. The nights are no reprieve. Ellie struggles with chronic nightmares, a relentless cycle of terror that mirrors her waking flashbacks. She relives Joel's death, but also the deaths of Jesse, Owen, Mel, and Nora, the faces of those she killed and those she lost swirling together in a macabre dance. The nightmares are so vivid, so visceral, that she often wakes in a cold sweat, her heart pounding, gasping for air. Insomnia becomes her constant companion. She spends countless hours staring at the ceiling, the silence of the farmhouse amplifying the internal screams. The lack of restorative sleep impacts every aspect of her daily life. Her movements become sluggish, her concentration wanes, and her already fragile emotional state becomes even more precarious. She finds it difficult to focus on chores, to engage with JJ, or even to maintain a semblance of normalcy. The exhaustion is not just physical, it's a deep, soul-wearing fatigue that gnaws at her spirit. This persistent state of sleep deprivation further exacerbates her PTSD, creating a vicious cycle that seems impossible to break. The lines between waking and dreaming blur, and the farm, once a symbol of hope, begins to feel like a prison of her own making. One particularly bleak day, the fragile peace of the farm is shattered by the arrival of Tommy. He appears at their doorstep, a ghost of his former self. His face is gaunt, etched with pain and exhaustion, and his body bears the unmistakable marks of severe injury. He walks with a pronounced limp. One eye is covered by a patch, and his speech is slurred, clear indicators of the brutal encounter he had with Abby in Seattle. His arrival is a stark reminder of the violence they had all tried to leave behind. Tommy, however, has not come for comfort or convalescence. He has come seeking revenge, a burning desire that mirrors Ellie's own suppressed rage. He is a man broken, but not defeated, his spirit fueled by a singular, destructive purpose: to make Abby pay for what she did to Joel, and for what she did to him. He reveals to Ellie and Dina that he has been tracking Abby, driven by an obsessive need for retribution. Through his own network of contacts and relentless pursuit, Tommy has managed to gather information on Abby's whereabouts. He tells them, his voice raspy and filled with venom, that Abby has been seen in Santa Barbara, a coastal town in California. This revelation is a bombshell, shattering the fragile illusion of peace Ellie had tried to build. Tommy's words paint a picture of Abby, not as a ghost of the past, but as a tangible target, a living embodiment of their pain. He describes her location with a chilling precision, providing just enough detail to ignite the smouldering embers of Ellie's own vengeance. He speaks of the journey, the dangers, but his conviction is absolute. Tommy's plea for help, delivered with a raw intensity that cuts through Ellie's numbness, reignites her dormant desire for vengeance. He doesn't just inform her, he implores her, appeals to their shared grief, their shared loss. He reminds her of Joel, of the bond they shared, and the injustice of his death. He paints a picture of Abby living freely, unpunished, while they suffer the consequences. The emotional weight of his words, combined with the physical evidence of his suffering, acts as a powerful catalyst. Ellie had tried to bury her anger, to smother it with domesticity, but Tommy's presence rips open the old wounds. The thought of Abby, seemingly escaping justice, is unbearable. The idea of confronting her, of finally putting an end to the torment, begins to take root in her mind, overshadowing the peace she had so desperately sought. The quiet life on the farm, with its endless chores and sleepless nights, suddenly feels hollow, a betrayal of Joel's memory. Driven by this renewed, almost overwhelming urge for retribution, Ellie makes a momentous decision. She will leave the farm. She will abandon the life she had painstakingly built with Dina and JJ, and once again embark on a path of violence and uncertainty. Dina, witnessing the familiar, dangerous glint return to Ellie's eyes, pleads with her to stay. She reminds Ellie of their family, of JJ, of the future they were building. She begs her to consider the consequences, to break the cycle of violence. Dina's voice is filled with desperation, a desperate attempt to pull Ellie back from the precipice. She speaks of the love they share, the preciousness of their son, and the futility of further bloodshed. She argues that revenge will not bring Joel back, nor will it heal Ellie's wounds. In a moment of profound sadness and chilling finality, Dina warns Ellie that if she leaves, if she chooses the path of vengeance over her family, she cannot come back. This is not an idle threat, but a heartbroken ultimatum, a last-ditch effort to make Ellie choose. Dina understands that if Ellie walks away now, she will be choosing a life of endless pursuit, a life that has no room for the quiet joys of family. The implication is clear. The farm, their home, their life together will no longer be an option for her. The choice is stark, agonizing, and irreversible. Despite Dinah's heartfelt pleas and the immense weight of her ultimatum, Ellie's resolve remains unshaken. The pull of vengeance is too strong, the ghost of Joel too persistent. She makes her choice, a choice that will forever alter the course of her life and the lives of those she loves. Ellie, now alone, embarks on the perilous journey to Santa Barbara. The decision weighs heavily on her, but the burning need for closure, for an end to her suffering, propels her forward. She follows the fragmented leads provided by Tommy, navigating the treacherous, post-apocalyptic landscape of California. The journey itself is fraught with danger, a stark reminder of the world she had tried to escape. She encounters various perils, both human and infected, scavengers and desperate survivors, driven by hunger and fear, lurk in the shadows, ready to ambush unsuspecting travelers. The ever-present threat of the infected, from the lumbering clickers to the terrifying shamblers, forces her to remain constantly vigilant, her senses heightened. She faces environmental challenges as well. Harsh terrain, dwindling supplies, and the constant struggle for survival in a world that offers little respite. Each encounter, each close call, hardens her resolve, but also chips away at her humanity, pushing her further down a path of isolation and desperation. She travels for weeks, the miles blurring into a monotonous rhythm of survival. Her only companion, the relentless pursuit of Abby. Finally, after a long and arduous journey, Ellie arrives in Santa Barbara. The coastal town, once a vibrant resort destination, is now a desolate shell, its beauty marred by the ravages of the cordyceps outbreak and the subsequent collapse of civilization. However, unlike many other abandoned settlements, Santa Barbara is not entirely deserted. It is under the iron-fisted control of a ruthless, heavily armed group known as the Rattlers. The Rattlers are a particularly brutal faction, distinguished by their methods of control and their distinctive snake-like branding marks. They are a law unto themselves, operating with impunity and instilling fear into anyone who crosses their path. Their presence casts a dark shadow over the entire region, making Santa Barbara a dangerous and unwelcoming place for outsiders. As Ellie cautiously navigates the outskirts of the town, she quickly begins to learn about the Rattlers' horrific practices. She overhears hushed conversations, sees disturbing signs, and eventually witnesses firsthand the chilling reality of their regime. The Rattlers are not merely scavengers or territorial defenders, they are slavers. They capture and enslave people, forcing them into servitude, often branding them with their serpentine symbol as a mark of ownership. These unfortunate individuals are then subjected to unimaginable cruelty, forced to perform manual labor, or used as human shields against the infected. The discovery of this brutal system sends a shiver down Ellie's spine. It adds another layer of grim reality to her already bleak quest. The world, it seems, can always find new ways to descend into depravity. Her mission to find Abby now takes on an even more perilous dimension, as she must contend not only with her target, but also with the ruthless and unpredictable Rattlers who control the very ground she walks on. The path to vengeance, she realizes, is far more complicated and dangerous than she could have ever imagined. Ellie's single-minded pursuit of Abby culminates on a Santa Barbara beach in the year 2039, a landscape of stark, almost apocalyptic beauty. The scene is set against the backdrop of a relentless ocean, its waves crashing with a rhythm that mirrors the internal turmoil of the two women. Abby, gaunt and weakened from her captivity at the hands of the Rattlers, a brutal group of slavers who prey on survivors in the Santa Barbara area, known for their cruel methods and distinctive rope branding, is barely a shadow of her former self. Her muscles, once a testament to her rigorous training and physical prowess, have atrophied, leaving her a skeletal figure. Lev, equally emaciated and traumatized, stands beside her, a silent testament to the horrors they have endured. Ellie, driven by a grief and rage that has consumed her for months, sees not the broken woman before her, but the architect of Joel's death, the ultimate symbol of her unfulfilled vengeance. The fight that ensues is not the brutal, evenly matched brawl of their previous encounters. It is a desperate, one-sided struggle, a tragic ballet of exhaustion and fury. Ellie, despite her own physical and emotional toll, still possesses a dangerous intensity born of her fixation. She attacks with a ferocity that belies her own suffering, her movements fueled by an almost supernatural need for retribution. Abby, weakened as she is, still possesses an animalistic will to survive, particularly for Lev. Her attempts to defend herself are clumsy, desperate parries born of instinct rather than skill. The fight is less about combat and more about the raw, visceral expression of their intertwined traumas. Ellie's blows are not just physical. They are the embodiment of every sleepless night, every flashback, every moment of despair she has experienced since Joel's murder. Each punch, each kick, is a futile attempt to exorcise the demons that haunt her. The struggle eventually leads them into the shallow waters of the Pacific. The ocean, a symbol of cleansing and renewal, instead becomes the arena for their final, most brutal confrontation. Ellie, with a primal scream, forces Abby's head under the water, intent on drowning her. In this moment, the line between hero and villain, between victim and aggressor, blurs almost entirely. Ellie, once the beacon of hope and morality, is now on the precipice of committing the very act that she has so vehemently condemned in others. Her face, contorted with a mixture of grief and pure unadulterated hatred, reflects the profound corruption that vengeance has wrought upon her soul. The water, a natural element, becomes an instrument of death, reflecting the cold, unyielding nature of her quest. As Ellie holds Abby's head submerged, the memories that have plagued her for so long begin to flash through her mind. Not memories of Joel's death, not the image of his broken body, but a different set of recollections. She sees Joel, alive, vibrant, playing his guitar on the porch of their home in Jackson. She remembers his laughter, the warmth of his presence, the quiet moments of companionship that defined their relationship. These are not the memories of a man she hated, but of a man she loved, a man whose complicated legacy she had come to terms with, or at least had been in the process of accepting in the days leading up to his murder. This sudden, almost intrusive intrusion of positive memories, of the Joel she had learned to forgive for his actions at the hospital in Salt Lake City, breaks through the fog of her vengeance. It is a moment of profound clarity, a brief but powerful glimpse into the humanity she has suppressed for so long. This vision, this unexpected surge of empathy and love for Joel, is the catalyst for her decision. It is not a sudden embrace of forgiveness, but a realization of the emptiness that her current path offers. she understands, in that agonizing moment, that killing Abby will not bring Joel back. It will not heal her wounds. It will only perpetuate the cycle of violence, leaving her even more hollowed out than before. The act of taking Abby's life, she implicitly understands, would be a final, irreversible step into a darkness from which there would be no return. It would erase the last vestiges of the person Joel had tried to protect, the person he had sacrificed everything for. The act of vengeance would not honor Joel. It would desecrate his memory by turning Ellie into something he would have abhorred. With a gasp, Ellie releases Abby. The decision is made not out of compassion for Abby, but out of a desperate last-ditch effort to save herself, to reclaim some fragment of her own humanity. The weight of the world, a burden of grief and trauma, seems to lift from her shoulders, if only for a moment. Abby, sputtering and coughing, scrambles out of the water, pulling Lev with her. They are free, not because Ellie has forgiven them, but because she has recognized the futility of her own destructive path. The act of sparing them is a profoundly selfish one, in the best possible sense of the word. It is an act of self-preservation, a desperate attempt to salvage her own soul from the abyss of hatred. However, the cost of this decision is not without its immediate, painful consequences. In the chaos of the struggle, during the desperate fight on the beach, Ellie loses 2 fingers from her left hand. The specific injury, a result of a bite from Abby during their desperate struggle for survival, is more than just a physical wound. It is a symbolic one. Her left hand, the hand she uses to play the guitar, the instrument that connects her to Joel, is now irrevocably damaged. The music, the solace, the last tangible link to her adoptive father, is now threatened. This injury is a harsh, immediate reminder of the price of her quest for vengeance, a permanent scar that will forever mark her, both physically and emotionally. As Abby and Lev, battered but alive, make their escape in a small boat, Ellie remains on the beach, watching them disappear into the vastness of the ocean. The sun, setting over the horizon, casts long shadows, painting the scene in hues of orange and purple. It is a moment of profound solitude and reflection. The revenge she had so desperately sought, the vengeance that had consumed her every waking moment, has slipped through her grasp. And yet, there is a strange, unsettling peace in its absence. The rage, the fury, the single-minded obsession has finally dissipated, leaving behind a profound emptiness, but also a glimmer of possibility for healing. The silence that follows their departure is deafening, broken only by the sound of the waves and Ellie's ragged breathing. She is alone, utterly and completely, in a way she hasn't been since Joel's death. The weight of her choices, of the lives she has taken, the relationships she has destroyed, and the pieces of herself she has lost along the way, settles upon her. The 2 missing fingers are a constant, throbbing reminder of the physical and emotional cost of her journey. The guitar, a symbol of comfort and connection, now feels like a cruel mockery, its melodies possibly forever out of reach. But in that emptiness, in that raw, exposed vulnerability, there is also the faintest flicker of hope. The decision to spare Abby, however agonizing, is a step away from the abyss. It is a testament, however small, to the enduring power of her own humanity, a humanity that even the most profound grief and hatred could not entirely extinguish. The path ahead is uncertain, fraught with challenges. But for the first time in a long time, it is a path that is not solely defined by vengeance. It is a path towards an unknown future, where the possibility of healing, of finding a new purpose, however faint, finally exists. The Santa Barbara beach, a place of ultimate confrontation, becomes a crucible, forging a new, albeit broken Ellie, one who has tasted the bitter fruit of revenge and found it wanting. The ocean, which threatened to consume them all, now carries Abby and Lev away and leaves Ellie to face the daunting task of rebuilding her shattered life, one painful, hesitant breath at a time. This pivotal moment, the culmination of Ellie's journey for revenge, marks a profound shift in her character, setting the stage for an uncertain, yet potentially redemptive future. We're drifting slowly into the timeline of The Last of Us, a tangled web of survival and sacrifice born from a world shattered by infection, only to unravel into something of haunted choices and unending echoes. Born in the quiet moments before the cordyceps outbreak, a fungal plague that twisted humanity into grotesque forms, it grew into a desperate struggle for existence. But beneath the ruins of civilization, something darker often lurked in the hearts of those who remained. This is the story of how a simple desire to endure became a chronicle of love and loss, and how one man's impossible choice still whispers through the quiet hours. The world, as we know it, began to unravel on September 26, 2013, a day now etched into memory as Outbreak Day. A mutated strain of the cordyceps fungus, a parasitic organism known to infect insects, made the impossible leap to humans. It spread with terrifying speed, transforming its hosts into various stages of infected: the shambling runners, the fungal-encrusted clickers, the terrifying bloaters, and eventually the monstrous shamblers and rat kings. Society collapsed, martial law was declared, and the remnants of humanity retreated into quarantine zones, brutal military-controlled enclaves, or scattered settlements in the wilderness. It was a time of raw fear, of immediate visceral threats, where survival was a daily gamble and the future, a bleak, uncertain whisper. This is where our story truly begins, in the smouldering ashes of the old world, with the quiet grief of a man named Joel Miller. Joel, a carpenter living in Austin, Texas, was a father, his life centered around his young daughter, Sarah. The evening of Outbreak Day began with a quiet normalcy, a birthday celebration, a late-night movie. But the news reports, once distant static, grew urgent, then panicked. The infection, a silent predator, had breached the walls of everyday life. As chaos erupted, Joel, along with his brother Tommy and Sarah, attempted to flee the city. The roads were choked with desperate refugees, the air thick with the screams of the infected and the terror of the uninfected. In a moment of pure, unadulterated horror, Sarah was shot by a soldier, an order given to contain the spread, costing Joel his only child. This single, devastating act of violence, born from a desperate attempt at control, would scar Joel's soul, shaping every choice, every instinct for the next 2 decades. His grief was not a wound that would heal, but a chasm that would define him. A quiet, ever-present ache beneath the surface of his hardened exterior. For 20 years after the outbreak, Joel lived a life of quiet desperation, a smuggler operating within the Boston quarantine zone. He was a man hardened by loss, his empathy a luxury he could no longer afford. The world had become a place of brutal pragmatism, where trust was a weakness and sentiment, a fatal flaw. He worked with Tess, a fellow survivor, their bond forged in the crucible of shared danger and mutual reliance. Their days were a cycle of scavenging, trading, and navigating the treacherous landscape of post-apocalyptic Boston, a city reclaimed by nature and riddled with the lurking dangers of the infected and ruthless human factions. This long, arduous period shaped Joel into the man he would become, resourceful, ruthless, and emotionally numb, a shell of his former self, driven by a primal need for self-preservation, and perhaps a subconscious yearning for something he believed was forever lost. Then, in 2033, a flicker of hope, or perhaps a new burden, entered Joel's life in the form of Ellie. She was a 14-year-old girl, seemingly ordinary, yet carrying an extraordinary secret: immunity to the cordyceps infection. She'd been bitten, but unlike everyone else, she hadn't turned. This miraculous anomaly made her a beacon for the Fireflies, a revolutionary militia group desperately seeking a cure, hoping to restore humanity to its former glory. Marlene, the enigmatic leader of the Boston Fireflies, entrusted Joel and Tess with the perilous task of escorting Ellie across the country to a Firefly lab in the West. This journey, initially a simple smuggling job, quickly transformed into something far more profound. Tess, bitten and facing an inevitable, horrifying transformation, sacrificed herself to ensure Ellie's escape, forcing Joel to confront the weight of his responsibility, a responsibility he had long since abandoned. Her death, a stark reminder of the world's brutality, solidified Joel's reluctant commitment to Ellie. He was no longer just a smuggler. He was a guardian, albeit a deeply unwilling one. The journey west was a crucible, forging an unbreakable, if complicated, bond between Joel and Ellie. They traversed a landscape of breathtaking beauty and unimaginable horror, encountering both the kindness of strangers and the depravity of desperate men. They navigated the ruins of Pittsburgh, a city overrun by brutal raiders, and found solace, however brief, in the company of Henry and Sam, two brothers whose tragic end reinforced the fragility of life and the ever-present threat of the infected. They found a temporary haven with Joel's brother, Tommy, now living in a thriving, self-sufficient commune in Jackson, Wyoming, a testament to what humanity could rebuild. It was here, in the quiet moments, that Joel slowly began to shed his hardened exterior, his paternal instincts, long dormant, reawakening. He taught Ellie to survive, to hunt, to navigate the dangers of their world, and in turn, Ellie, with her unwavering spirit and youthful optimism, began to thaw the ice around Joel's heart. He saw in her a reflection of Sarah, a second chance at fatherhood, a purpose he thought he had lost forever. Their journey culminated in Salt Lake City at a Firefly hospital. The Fireflies, under the guidance of a brilliant surgeon, were ready to operate on Ellie, believing her immunity held the key to a cure. The procedure, however, was lethal. It would involve removing a part of her brain, killing her in the process. Joel, faced with an impossible choice, a cruel echo of his past loss, refused to let history repeat itself. He could not lose another daughter. In a desperate, bloody rampage, he fought his way through the hospital, killing the Firefly soldiers, and ultimately the surgeon, to rescue Ellie. He carried her unconscious form out of the hospital, her life saved, but at a terrible cost. To protect her from the truth and to justify his actions, Joel lied to Ellie, telling her that the Fireflies had many immune people, but had failed to find a cure and had given up. This lie, born of love and fear, would become the foundation of their new life, a fragile piece built on a dangerous secret. 4 years passed in the relative peace of Jackson. Joel and Ellie had settled into a comfortable, almost idyllic routine. Ellie, now 19, had formed a close bond with Dina, a fellow resident of Jackson, and they had begun a romantic relationship. Joel, now a respected member of the community, continued his work, his days filled with the quiet rhythms of life in a thriving settlement. He and Ellie would often go on patrols together, their bonds solidified, a silent understanding passing between them. He had even begun to teach her to play the guitar, a gentle melody of their shared history. But the lie, like a festering wound, remained beneath the surface, a constant, unspoken tension. Ellie, ever perceptive, harbored doubts, a quiet suspicion that something was amiss. The truth, however, would soon be violently unearthed. In the winter of 2038, Joel's past brutally caught up with him. While on patrol with Tommy, they encountered a group of strangers seeking shelter from a blizzard. Among them was Abby Anderson, the daughter of the Firefly surgeon Joel had killed years prior. Abby, consumed by a burning desire for revenge, had spent years tracking Joel. The encounter was swift, brutal, and tragically inevitable. Joel, caught off guard, was severely beaten and tortured. Ellie, arriving too late, was forced to witness Joel's agonizing death, a moment that would shatter her world and ignite a new, all-consuming fire of vengeance within her. Joel's last moments were not of peace but of pain, his life ending in a violent echo of the life he had taken. His death was not just the loss of a father figure, but the destruction of Ellie's fragile sense of security, the tearing open of old wounds, and the beginning of a dark, relentless odyssey. Ellie's grief was a raw, primal scream, transforming her into a vessel of pure, unadulterated rage. She abandoned the relative safety of Jackson, driven by an insatiable need for retribution. Her pursuit of Abby led her to Seattle, a city now divided by warring factions: the Washington Liberation Front, WLF, a militaristic group that had ousted the federal forces, and the Seraphites, also known as Scars, a religious cult with a brutal, primitive ideology. Ellie, accompanied by Dina, navigated the treacherous streets of Seattle, each step bringing her closer to Abby and further from her own humanity. She committed acts of unspeakable violence, her hands stained with the blood of Abby's friends, her soul slowly eroding with each life taken. She found temporary solace in the warmth of Dina's presence, the discovery of Dina's pregnancy offering a brief flicker of hope, a reminder of the life she was fighting for. But the darkness, once unleashed, was difficult to contain. The cycle of violence continued, culminating in a brutal confrontation between Ellie and Abby. The battle left both women scarred, physically and emotionally. Ellie, despite her relentless pursuit, found herself unable to deliver the final blow, a moment of fragile humanity breaking through her vengeful facade. She returned to Jackson, deeply traumatized, haunted by the ghosts of her actions and the faces of those she had killed. The experience had changed her irrevocably, leaving her with deep emotional scars and a profound sense of loss, not just for Joel, but for the person she once was. The weight of her choices, the cost of her vengeance, pressed down upon her, a heavy shroud of regret. In the relative quiet of the Jackson farmhouse, Ellie attempted to rebuild her life with Dina and their baby, JJ. The days were filled with the gentle rhythms of domesticity, the quiet joys of family, a stark contrast to the brutality of her recent past. She tried to find peace, to bury the lingering spectre of her vengeance, but the trauma, like a persistent shadow, refused to recede. She suffered from vivid flashbacks, the horrors of Seattle replaying in her mind, her hands still trembling, unable to find solace in the ordinary. The quiet moments, once a comfort, now became a torment, filled with the echoes of her violence. Dina, witnessing Ellie's struggle, her inability to truly heal, felt the strain on their relationship, the unspoken chasm growing between them. Then, in 2039, a new rumor reached Ellie's ears, a whisper carried on the wind. Abby was alive in Santa Barbara, held captive by a new brutal faction known as the Rattlers. Despite Dinah's pleas, despite the fragile peace she had found, the pull of vengeance proved too strong. Ellie, unable to escape the grip of her obsession, left the farmhouse, leaving Dina and JJ behind, embarking on one final desperate hunt. This decision, a heartbreaking betrayal of the life she had built, marked her final descent into the abyss of revenge, a choice that would cost her everything. The quiet hours of the farmhouse were left behind, replaced by the relentless pursuit of a ghost, a vengeance that had long since consumed her. Ellie's return to the farmhouse in 2039, after her harrowing and ultimately futile pursuit of Abby, was met with a profound, aching silence. The familiar, comforting sounds of home were gone, replaced by an emptiness that echoed her own internal void. Dina and the baby, JJ, were no longer there. The quiet hours of the house, once filled with the gentle murmur of their lives, now held only the ghosts of what had been. The air itself felt heavy with absence, a stark testament to the choices Ellie had made, the sacrifices she had demanded, and the love she had perhaps irrevocably lost. She moved through the rooms, each step a further descent into the realization of her desolation. On the kitchen counter, a note, carefully placed, awaited her. It was from Dina, her handwriting a familiar, yet now distant comfort. The words were a gentle, yet firm explanation of her departure. Dina had loved Ellie, truly, deeply, but she could no longer endure the cycle of violence, the relentless pursuit of vengeance that had consumed Ellie. She couldn't stay, couldn't raise their child in a home overshadowed by such darkness, by the constant threat of Ellie's obsession. The note was not angry, but melancholic, a testament to a love that had been stretched too thin, broken by the weight of Ellie's choices. It was a final, painful severing of the fragile ties that had bound them, a quiet acknowledgement that some wounds, once inflicted, changed the landscape of a relationship forever. Ellie's gaze drifted to the empty crib in the nursery, a small, stark symbol of her loss. The tiny blankets, the forgotten toys, all spoke of a life that had been, a future that had been promised, now vanished. The remnants of her life with Dina, the domesticity, the hope, were scattered like dust motes in the sunlit, empty room. Each item, each memory, was a fresh wound, a reminder of the family she had sacrificed at the altar of her revenge. The silence of the farmhouse was not just the absence of sound, but the absence of purpose, of belonging, of the gentle, grounding presence of those she loved. It was a silence that screamed of her profound, self-inflicted isolation. She found herself, almost instinctively, reaching for Joel's guitar. It lay where she had left it, a silent sentinel of their shared past. She tried to play, her fingers moving to form the familiar chords, the melodies Joel had taught her. But her hand, ravaged by her final confrontation with Abby in Santa Barbara, was no longer capable. Two of her fingers, brutally severed, refused to obey, refusing to find the proper placement on the fretboard. The notes were discordant, fractured, a painful echo of her own brokenness. The physical limitation was a stark, undeniable reminder of the cost of her vengeance, a permanent scar etched not just on her hand, but on her very being. The guitar, once a conduit for connection, for memory, now served only as a testament to her profound loss, a symbol of what she had traded for the hollow victory of her pursuit. We're drifting slowly into the timeline of The Last of Us, a tangled web of broken promises and enduring hope that began with a world consumed by a fungal plague, only to unravel into something of desperate survival and profound sacrifice. Born in the quiet moments before the world ended, where ordinary lives unfolded in mundane ways, it grew into a landscape of crumbling cities and overgrown wilds. But beneath the veneer of civilization, something darker stirred. This is the story of how humanity fractured, how love and loss shaped the last survivors, and how the echoes of a lost world still whisper through the quiet hours. The farmhouse now stood empty, a monument to what was lost, while elsewhere, in the year 2039, a different journey unfolded, one born of a desperate search for belonging. Abby and Lev, having escaped the clutches of the rattlers and the horrors of Santa Barbara, finally reached the promised shores of Catalina Island. This was to be the Fireflies' refuge, their last known stronghold, a place where hope might still flicker. They arrived, their bodies weary, their spirits clinging to the fragile promise of a new beginning, only to find the hospital, once a beacon of medical progress and a symbol of resistance, utterly abandoned. The silence that greeted them was heavy, a profound disappointment after such a perilous journey. The operating rooms, once bustling with the grim work of survival, were now still, the gurneys empty, the equipment gathering dust. The patient wards, which might have held the sick and the wounded, echoed with nothing but the wind, whispering through broken windows. It was a stark, chilling tableau, confirming their deepest fears. As they moved through the desolate facility, a sense of profound emptiness settled upon them. There were no signs of recent occupation, no warm embers in a forgotten hearth, no fresh tracks in the dust. Instead, they found clear evidence of a departure, a mass exodus that had left the island barren of human life. Supplies, once meticulously organized, were now scattered, picked over, hinting at a hasty retreat. Medical charts lay strewn across floors, their pages brittle with age, detailing lives and deaths that now felt impossibly distant. It became clear, with each step through the echoing halls, that the Fireflies had not simply moved. They had vanished, leaving behind only ghosts and unanswered questions. The dream of finding a community, a purpose, a place to belong, began to fray at the edges, threatening to unravel completely. Yet, amidst the desolation, a faint signal, a whisper on the wind, offered a fragile thread of hope. In a dusty, disused radio room, amidst a tangle of outdated equipment, Abby and Lev discovered a broadcast, faint but undeniably real. It was a Firefly transmission, not a current one, but a recording, perhaps a contingency message, or a last desperate plea. The message spoke of regrouping, of a new location, a different sanctuary where the embers of their cause might still be rekindled. The details were sparse, shrouded in the static of time and distance, but the implication was clear. The fireflies, though scattered, were not entirely extinguished. This faint echo from the past became their guiding star, a renewed purpose in a world that had offered so little. It was a testament to their resilience, their unwavering belief in something larger than themselves, that they clung to this spectral message with such fierce determination. With this newfound, albeit tenuous direction, Abby and Lev made their decision. The journey to Catalina had been arduous, fraught with danger, and the prospect of another long, uncertain trek might have broken lesser spirits. But for them, the possibility of finding the fireflies, of contributing to a cause that transcended their individual struggles, was too powerful to ignore. They would pursue this new lead, driven by the profound human need for connection, for meaning, for a place where their skills and their sacrifices could truly matter. It was a choice born of necessity, yes, but also of an enduring hope, a refusal to surrender to the pervasive despair that had consumed so much of the world. They gathered what meager supplies they could from the abandoned hospital, their eyes now fixed on a new, distant horizon, their hearts heavy with the weight of past losses, but buoyed by the faint promise of a future. Their path forward was, as always, fraught with peril. The world beyond Catalina Island remained a brutal, unforgiving landscape. Every mile was a challenge, every shadow a potential threat. They navigated overgrown highways, their surfaces cracked and reclaimed by nature, and ventured through the skeletal remains of towns where the infected still roamed, their guttural cries echoing through the ruins. Hostile survivors, driven by desperation and suspicion, were a constant danger, their presence lurking in the periphery, forcing Abby and Lev to remain ever vigilant, ever ready to fight for their lives. The elements themselves conspired against them, with harsh weather and dwindling resources testing their resolve. Yet, through it all, they pressed on, their shared purpose a fragile but potent shield against the encroaching darkness, their bond forged in the fires of shared hardship. Each step was a testament to their will to survive, their unwavering commitment to the faint hope of a new beginning with the fireflies. Meanwhile, far from the sun-drenched shores of California, Ellie was left to grapple with the profound, devastating consequences of her own choices. The farmhouse, once a sanctuary, now held the bitter taste of loss. Jesse was gone, Joel was gone, and her desperate quest for vengeance had cost her everything. The physical wounds were stark, a constant painful reminder. The 2 fingers severed from her left hand, a brutal trophy of her final hollow victory. This impairment, a cruel irony for a musician, a hunter, a survivor, symbolized the deeper wounds that festered within her. It was a constant throbbing ache, a physical manifestation of the emotional void that now consumed her. The ability to play her guitar, to find solace in its melodies, was now gone, a silence that echoed the emptiness in her heart. Ellie's emotional state was one of profound, almost unbearable grief. The relentless pursuit of Abby had not brought her peace, but rather a deeper, more agonizing sorrow. Regret, a heavy shroud, settled upon her, for the choices she had made, for the lives she had sacrificed, for the love she had pushed away. The faces of those she had lost, Joel, Jesse, Dina, JJ, haunted her waking hours and invaded her fitful sleep. Uncertainty, a cold and unwelcome companion, became her constant shadow. What was left for her? What purpose could she possibly find in a world that had taken so much, and where she had given so much away? The quiet hours were filled with the echoes of what might have been, the phantom touch of a guitar string, the imagined warmth of a loved one's embrace. Her spirit was broken, her future a vast, terrifying unknown. The world itself, oblivious to Ellie's personal tragedy, continued its relentless, dangerous cycle. The cordyceps infection, though contained in some areas, remained a pervasive, ever-present threat. The infected, in their various grotesque forms, still roamed the desolate landscapes, their hunger unyielding, their numbers seemingly endless. Hostile survivors, driven by the same primal instincts of fear and survival, continued to carve out their brutal existences, their territorial disputes and desperate raids, a constant reminder of humanity's fractured state. The thin veneer of civilization had long since crumbled, leaving behind a raw, untamed wilderness where trust was a luxury and violence a currency. The struggle for resources, for safety, for a moment's peace, was an unending battle, fought against both the monstrous and the human. The long-term impact of the cordyceps infection on the global population remained a chilling, unspoken truth. While some pockets of resistance and attempts at rebuilding existed, the vast majority of humanity had been decimated, reduced to scattered remnants clinging to life in a world forever altered. The delicate balance of ecosystems had been shattered, the very fabric of society torn asunder. The infection was not merely a disease. It was a fundamental shift in the order of things, a permanent scar on the face of the planet. Generations born after the outbreak knew only this broken world, their understanding of a peaceful past, a mere whisper in the winds of history. And so, the possibility of a cure, the glimmer of hope for a return to civilization, remained a distant, almost mythical dream. For those who remembered the before times, the idea of a world free from the fungal plague, a world where cities thrived and people lived without fear, was a poignant, almost unbearable longing. But for the new generations, it was an abstract concept, a story told by elders. The scientific knowledge, the infrastructure, the collective will required to find a cure seemed insurmountable, lost in the chaos of the past. The future remained uncertain, a vast, uncharted territory where humanity's fate hung precariously in the balance. The echoes of the past, of a world lost to a microscopic threat, continued to whisper, a constant reminder of what had been and what might never be again. From the devastating initial outbreak and the harrowing journey across a broken America, to the cyclical nature of violence and the enduring struggle for peace, this intricate tapestry of events has chronicled the lives irrevocably altered by a world remade. And that is the complete, The Last of Us